In the
I need to show you something, Bella. This is why I don't show myself in sunlight. People would know I'm different.
You're beautiful.
Bella, this is the body of someone who eats too much fry bread.
All shy, huh? I know what you are.
Say it then.
You're a res dog.
Damn it, Bella, I'm a vampire.
You know why we shot him 68 times?
No, why?
Because we ran out of bullets. You know why we shot him 68 times?
No, why?
Because we ran out of bullets. You know why we shot him 68 times?
No, why?
Because we ran out of bullets.
That's a little hat tip to the sheriff of Polk County, Grady Judd, who's let's just say he's a great man. He's a great sheriff, a great man. So how are we doing tonight, everybody? I have to apologize, everybody. I was a little bit late tonight, a little late start. It was couldn't be helped. I put it this way: I was sitting here getting everything set up, and I heard this loud bang, like coming from my garage, like something super loud. What the hell? I went out there, and my spring on my garage snapped. So, like I don't know. So that happened. That sucks. Because trying to open a garage, these heavy hurricane-resistant garage, hurricane-proof garage doors without the spring, it's like virtually impossible, like to lift it. Like I couldn't, I couldn't lift it myself. Put it that way. So that happened, and then I had to take the dog out to make sure she was, not going to interrupt us or anything while we get going here tonight. So let's say hello to everybody. Hello, Lynn. How you doing tonight? None of your business. Hello. Yes, as soon as I saw you were here, that's when I started. Hi, G Shark Man. What's up? And Sharon Tyler. I always be doing that. Marjorie Smith. What's up? And the Ank is here too. And Phil Coggins. How you doing? Fancy seeing you here, especially since saw you this morning at the Council of Future Conflicts. So you sleep about as much as I do. And, hey, how you doing, Renee? What's new? And then, Milton Root said the Egyptians could have lifted it. They could have. I wish if I had the Egyptians' technologies, maybe we wouldn't need these goofy springs and stuff. Yes, I took care of Bella, so she's all good to go. And hey, what's up, Bob? How you doing? Yes, so. So there's Bella. She's taking a nap. You can see she's just sleeping. So we're gonna, as usual. Got a lot of interesting stuff that happened today. No. Okay. Hmm. Oh, it was a yeah, that's right. Who else is here? Critter Sitter, what's up? Jay Smallback, nice to see you. Yes, there was. That's what happens. They sneak attacked me in my garage. Definitely. Uh, oh, oh, here we go. Look at this. I was just getting ready to get the first story, and it says first to the goal. Pain pills and not working have screwed with my sleep schedule. Can't wait to get back to flying though. Oh, what kind of pain pills are you on? Because I'll tell you right now, Philip Coggins, and I hope you feel better. You got to really be careful with the pain pills. If it's like anything that's oxycontin or oxycodone based, I would stay away from it. Not even mess with. Personally, it's not worth it. It's there's other stuff that works just as good. It's not as won't mess you up. Like any of the hydrocodone based pills, like Vicodin or Norco or Percodan or Percocet, those are better, I think, than Oxy and Tramadol. Oof, man. Yeah, I don't like the Oxy, never did. But the Vicodins, I think, are good for you. Thank you. And the first one to the goal. And as usual, as always, there is goals. And the goals are just to say, if we want the shows, it's going to be a 2-hour show no matter what. Maybe a little longer, usually. And if we hit the goal of for every $50 donated across any platforms, across YouTube or across Rumble or Cash App or PayPal, we'll add an hour to the show onto the 2 hours for every 50. Tonight, if we hit $75 at any point total, we will activate the Bella Vision for you guys to want to watch Bella sleep. I guess I don't know. That's what she does. So let's get to the first story, which I know everybody's all dying. Hey, life isn't different. How you doing? Yeah, if I get this hydrocodone fairly weak, oxycodone is a bit more powerful. It'll get you. Yeah, well, that's why I don't like the oxycodone. It's a little bit too powerful, a little bit too strong. Yeah, hydrocodone. It's I like it better than the oxycodone personally for my back pain problems. I prefer the hydrocodone. Doesn't make me tired. So, look at this. So FBI searches the home of ex-Trump National Security Advisor John Bolton as part of a classified documents investigation. Yes, AP was Dr. House pill of choice. Yeah. I prefer like something a little stronger than just a Vicodin. Though, like Vicodin is 5 milligrams with 500 milligrams of acetaminophen, and so I would prefer like if I was gonna just saying that you would take like either a Norco, which is 10 milligrams of hydrocodone and only 325 milligrams of acetaminophen. That way, you're not hurting your liver with all that Tylenol. And you want to be careful. Tylenol will damage your liver, so you want to make sure that you don't take too much Tylenol. What are we doing here? Why does yes? And Bolton is a warmonger. Yes, he is, and a scumbag, in my opinion. Yeah, 2 oxys make you pretty drowsy. Yeah, well, that'll do that because oxys is basically hillbilly heroin. It is. And yeah, I don't like more. Like I can't. Like I have like a aversion to morphine. When I've had surgeries in the hospital, if they give me morphine, it takes me like days to be able to go to the bathroom. I don't like that. So I'll prefer like Demerol, I think it's called, as opposed to a any type of morphine based derivatory. Yeah, so look at him. He's scared. They're gonna get him. Mm-hmm. No one is above the law. Look at the war, dude. Yep, no one's above the law. The FBI has just raided John Bolton's home in a national security probe. As FBI Director Kash Patel posts, no one is above the law. That's right. Look at him. Mm-hmm. John Bolton says, I think I am above the law. And Kash Patel says, no one's above the law. FBI agents are on mission. That's correct. That is correct. Mm-hmm. 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 Put that MF in prison and move on to the next arrest. Nobody's above the law. Warmonger. Yep. Yeah, John Bolton don't got no love coming his way. Yeah. Nothing wrong with Oxy as long as you take it as prescribed. Start taking it for the buzz, it'll eat you. Oh, yeah, I agree. But the thing about Oxy, too, is like, the thing I think what was bad about Oxy is they were telling people when it first came out, they were telling people it's not addictive, that they had this slow release thing, or it was like less addictive because they had this slow release. And it was all a lie. And that's why they lost all the money. Personally, I mean, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I've been taking, I've had back surgeries going back to 2012 is when I had my first back surgery, and I've been taking. I was on Oxy for a little while, didn't like it, got off. I was on a bunch of different stuff, but I've been on Norco, which is basically a derivative of hydrocodone, for over 10 years, just about. And I don't know. I mean, am I addicted to it? I don't think it, like maybe physically, like maybe I might have some slight withdrawals if I was to stop doing it or something like that. But that's why you got to do stuff. But as far as like, I mean, I take what's prescribed, and I've never taken more than's prescribed to me. Most of the time I take less than what's prescribed. I mean, when I first had the back surgeries and I was going to this pain doctor in Chicago, I mean, they were giving me like 360 of these pills a month. It's a lot, Yeah, you got to be careful because, like, some doctors, they'll just pump it into you because they, so you got to be really careful. 2004 Army docs put you on a ton of Oxy as a young soldier. Yeah, they ruined your life. And then they said you're cured. Yeah. The VA is horrible. I know a bunch of people that basically that's what they did is they stuffed them on basically pain pills, and then and then screwed them over basically, and then So, and now there's a problem too, is because the DEA and the government, the federal government, has basically been reducing the supply of pills. They've been cutting the supply, the amount that's allowed to be sold. So you have shortages. And that's what's causing a lot of people, honestly, to have to go out to the street to get stuff when they can't get it prescribed to them. And they have like a whole chart that the doctor has to look at and say, like, whoa, if you're taking this much, if you're above this level, you have to. So you have to, you have to be careful, and you have to make sure you got a good doctor that isn't going to do anything and give you anything that's going to hurt you, because really you can't really some people some people need the pills, but I need them. I have I have a spinal cord stimulator. I'm disabled. I have severe back problems. But anyway, besides that, besides me anyway, but there are people that need them. They can't get them, and it's a problem. What was that a Trumpinator? Was that an accident that you did twice? Is that twice on purpose or an accident? Thank you very much. The hospitals are tossing people. It's a very serious problem, and something should be done. I'm hoping, Bobby Kennedy, I'm hoping will step in and do something about it, because he knows about addiction and he knows about problems with stuff. And I think he had if I'm not mistaken, he had a major problem with some surgery or something, didn't he? I know he had a heroin problem, but besides that, and they really, the Sacklers were, and then they didn't go to prison either, did they? They just had to pay some money, and they still got to keep some money. And it's a huge problem. It is, but the government's, in my opinion, the government's making things worse by causing people who have legitimate, if somebody was taking if somebody's taking pills for 10 years, 12 years, 15 years. And then all of a sudden they can't get those pills anymore because they changed some rules and they reduced the amount. And then they have to go to the street to try to buy something because they're, addicted under, yes, they need the pills for their pain, but they're also physically addicted because they've been taking it for so long. Whose fault is that? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. They're starting ibogaine treatments in Texas that might be a game changer. I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, well, that's good. Make sure you have people. If you don't have people that can watch out for you and take care and monitor your stuff, and you know, and I'm just going to tell you, if you ever get to where you're like, oh, I need to take a pill, like, or like, oh, I need to take a pill because it's time to take a pill and not because I feel the pain and it's hurting and I need to take it. That's when you need to ask somebody for a little help. Yeah. Wrote tramadol into the ground years ago, never again. I think tramadol is one of those drugs that they're supposed to, that's like a non-opioid type of thing, but I don't know what that does. I mean, there are some other stuff that they put me on, that they put me on that I did not like at all, and it made my brain all goofy. It was called like gabapentin or something like that, and it's for like I think it's for like seizure medicine or something, but it supposedly helps with pain and it's not addictive and this and that. Man, I did not like it. Made my brain. Is it tramadol is an opioid? I thought it was a non-opioid. Okay, maybe I'm thinking of something else. I thought it was a non-opioid pain reliever. Anyway, here we are talking about pain pills. Oh, tramadol lowers your seizure threshold. Scary stuff. Yeah. They gave my mom problems getting refills, and she would get refills 1 to 2 months later than the pills should have lasted. Yeah. Yeah, gabapentin made your husband crazy. Yeah, I stopped. I told my, yeah, it's crazy, you know. Yeah, you take gabapentin for nerve pain. Well, that's what they say, but it's actually, I don't think it's. I think that's like a side thing for gabapentin, where like it's designed for something else, like seizures or something, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. But I did not like the way it made me feel. You know what I mean? Like my brain, it did something to my head, made my head not feel right. You know, like I wasn't thinking right, and I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I did not like the way it made me feel mentally. So it's some kind of neurotransmitter, main Topamax. I've heard of that. I might have taken it. Yeah, off labels, the terminology. Yeah, I think that's what it. I think gabapentin for nerve pain is that's off label type of thing, or like a sub thing. Neurontin, yeah, are the same drug. Yeah, you lost your memory when you prescribed it for more than a year. Yeah, it's some scary stuff. Yeah. Well, I always wonder too, like when they put you on all these medications, you know, and I'm sorry guys if this is something you guys don't want to talk about and you want me to just move on to the stories, but I'm enjoying talking to the chat right now. But if they give you these pills and they tell you, and on the pills it says don't drive, you know, don't operate machinery, don't drive, and you go, well then how are you supposed to get around, do stuff? They go, well you could drive. It's like, well which is it, don't drive or do drive? And they never really understood it. And then it's like basically I had a doctor explain it to me that if you're on these medications that they're telling you not to operate machinery and you get pulled over, you can get a DUI basically for operating the vehicle on the medication that you're. I don't. You say it made you feel like you had a metal bucket on your head. It was horrid. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. You love drugs. Well, everything in moderation, you know, that's why I believe everything in moderation, you know, and I don't want anybody who's got a problem to do anything. If you have a problem, you should get help. I don't want anyone to ever hurt themselves or do anything that harm themselves or others. And, you know, I have a lot of people that I know that are very close to me that are in recovery, and I'm very cognizant to try and not do anything that would upset that or, yeah. No, you're Phil. You did not derail the show at all, buddy. I derailed the show. I have a habit doing that. You're fine. If you ever need to talk or want to talk, just reach out to me, okay? And love to talk to you. And yeah, don't drive until you know how it affects your judgment. Yeah, there was some other thing too that they put me on for a while, like before I got the spinal cord stimulator. They put me on. Man, hold on. I can grift my own group challenge coin. No. You're on major painkillers for cancer. Oh, are you in remission? Is everything okay, MC Bernhard? Are you still battling? Oh, really? Hydrochloroquine works great for your psoriatic arthritis? I'll have to check that out. What's it called? Anyway, it was like a pill that was like the same type of thing, kind of like the gabapentin, where it was an off-label thing. And it was Elavil. It was called. That's the name. I can't. And it has another name. The generic name is something else, but it's like a. It's supposed to be like for like depression, I think, is what it's for. But it supposedly has they say that it helps for pain or something like that. And I was taking it and I thought everything was fine. And then I didn't take it for 2 days because I went on a trip and I didn't have it. And it felt like I had electric shocks, like my brain was going tss, tss, tss. And I told the doctor, like, oh, well, you can't just stop taking that. You could have. And I was like, all right, well, I want off this. I don't want anything to do with this anymore then, because it's not. I don't want something that is going to make my brain feel like somebody's taking, electrodes and shocking my brain. If I'm not taking it, that's a problem. It was called Elavil. Anyway, so yeah, be very, very careful. Anyway, no drug was harder to drive on for me than being awake for 2 days. Oh yeah, it can be. You can do things to heal from cancers at work. Well, I hope so. Oh, your mom had a heart attack. She ended up with a couple stints. Doctor gave her fentanyl on a timer, and she was so scared to take it because of the news around fentanyl. Oh, brain zaps are a common side effect. I know. Like, oh, no. But well, I hope your mom's okay, Molten Roots. And, fentanyl's perfectly fine. Like a lot of people, like I think if I'm not mistaken, fentanyl's what they it's propanol that they give you when you go into the when they're like going to put you under for surgery. That shot or something that they give you that like calms you like before they put you on the anesthesia. It's either fentanyl or propanol, and they might be very similar. He's doing well. Well, that's great. That's great. I hope. All right. I hope she recovers. Definitely. All right. So let's get it. So federal agents are right now in John Bolton's home, going through things, following an earlier morning raid in the D.C. area over national security concerns. Yeah, fentanyl is what they gave you to knock you out for surgery. Yeah, they usually use fentanyl, like a little bit of fentanyl or a little bit of propofol or propofol, the stuff that Michael Jackson died, but like he was taking that. Hold on. The only good part of a colonoscopy. Oh, I just got a thing. I got my Cologuard thing, which is I don't know if you guys know, they have this new thing where you do something. It's like anyway, I'm not going to get into it, but where you do this and then avoid having to do colonoscopies or something. You still say Bolton will get probation. It's what they gave Petraeus. I heard that this is more serious than propofol. Propofol, yeah. Poop bucket. Forget about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the Cologuard. It's just you put you poop in a bucket, send it to them. We used to have to do this thing with a car. Anyway, that's gross. But I heard that it's actually that Bolton might have ran his mouth to some people of the Ukrainian persuasion because he was mad about stuff Trump was doing. So he was giving them information that he was not authorized to give them. That's what this is about. So, if that's the case, that's good old fashioned espionage. That's not just keeping documents you're not supposed to have. But we'll see. He had a stash of mustache. Yeah, he had a stash of mustaches. Yeah. Well, it's not any more wild than seeing Roger Stone get raided with ship boats, and fast attack boats and stuff in his harbor and behind his house, and all the other people getting raided. But no one's above the law. Yes, indeed, we did vote for this. This is Bolton's primary residence. This deals with classified records. Let's see here. We got
the probe dropped when Joe Biden became president. So is this picking up where that left off, David?
It's possible. I don't know with 100% certainty, but it is notable, guys, that John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton's security clearances.
Let me know on the volume.
By President Trump.
George Conway lives like a couple doors down from him, supposedly, if I'm not mistaken.
They had concerns. The administration had concerns.
It's technically only treason, I think, if it's with an enemy you're at war with.
Some of these
I think those are specific rules.
It's also notable that John Bolton had a security detail as well. Because of the threats from Iran on his life. That security detail, that government federal paid security detail, was also taken away by President Trump.
The probe dropped when Joe Biden
that's some
became
loud
president.
thunder.
So is this picking up where that left off, David?
It's possible. I don't know with 100% certainty, but it is notable.
Okay, sorry. I missed that. Agents spotted at his office in D.C., too. And here's this. Public corruption will not be tolerated, according to Dan Bongino. Video volume is low by 20-30%. All right, I'll correct that. I'll try to fix that. Yeah, Mar-a-Lago got raided, and they searched the Mrs. Panty drawers. Yeah, treason is constitutionally defined. Yeah, I think you have to be at war, though, isn't it? With an enemy you're at war with or something, I think. Hey, low watermark, how you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Yes, we are at war with everybody all the time, so there is that. Hurricane season here, yes. It is. Yeah, make war against the U.S., give enemies aid and comfort. Yeah. No one's above the law. Sir, I can help you with what the mandate was. It wasn't about tolerating. It was about effectuating capital punishment to traitors. That's when the faith in you and our institutions will be restored. Oh, my God, this guy's serious. Reinstating the unjabbed and whistleblowers. Removing all that were jabbed while prosecuting those that compelled others into the medical experiment. And the remaining must lead the effort to effectuate capital punishment on the traitors. No statute of limitations. It's a simple formula. Start with the following named individuals in the video. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Just a reminder, Cash Patel and Dan Bongino, that was explaining why Jim Baker was such an important... Why does it keep doing this to me? Critical node for the FBI cabal. Baker perpetuated the hoax through a massive censorship scheme with other members of the DSTL. Yeah, Brian gave subpoena all Baker's. I'm not gonna. This is this guy doing a 15-minute video. Well, no wonder, because you can't run a 15-minute video and expect people to play a 15-minute video. Maybe we'll come back to it. We'll see.
Meet at a coffee shop, meet somewhere in the middle. I'll show you how close this is. Defrauding the FISA court by... And it took me about a minute.
All right, yeah, well, we're not going to listen to that video. Here we go. So, we got good old Luke Radowski says, I'll know someday when I get to stream with Luke. When Luke is a guy, he's a fellow Slav, and he's not too far from me, actually. So I'd like to stream with him someday. Maybe when I get big enough, I can make a call and try to get hooked up with him. Oh, my God, the FBI just raided John Bolton's home.
The probe dropped when Joe Biden became president. So is this picking up where that left off, David?
It's possible. I don't know what...
All right, this is the same video. This is the same video that we watched earlier. And then look at this guy. This guy says, that's a shame. That's a shame. Oh, Julio Scissors. DoorDash just raided your house. Tim Pool lives up the street. He knows Luke. Funny thing about Tim Pool is actually I used to hang out and play basketball at the park Tim Pool lives by, Venom Park, Chicago, and with a bunch of people there that know Tim Pool and stuff. Yeah, I'm a little older than Tim Pool, but I'm pretty sure some people I knew his sister. Said, hey, DoorDash just raided your home. Well, that's always good, especially if you're hungry. And look, it's like a reunion here. Old friends, Julio, little Watermark, and so we got 10. So we're halfway right now. We're halfway to an extra hour, just so everyone knows. We're $25 down and 25 to go for an extra hour. Wow, we got a lot of stuff going on over there in the ghetto. A lot of talking. Ghetto. 2 years ago, John Bolton told Jen Psaki that President Trump's retention of classified documents was very disturbing. Bolton's rules for Trump better apply to himself. Let's see.
Joining me now is another member of the Trump administration who's speaking out against his former boss, former National Security Advisor, Ambassador John Bolton. I wanted to start. The New York Times has been reporting that former President Trump was obsessed with these classified documents, and aides described these documents as his beautiful mind materials. Is that consistent with what you saw when you were his National Security Advisor? And was there any one particular document that stuck out to you that he was obsessed with?
Well, I think he was kind of a collector of things that he thought were of interest to him for some reason or another. Clippings, mementos, classified documents. And it was very disturbing. We could see in the course of meetings with him, intelligence briefings, decision meetings, that sometimes he liked to retain things, and it became the practice just to make sure that we got them back in as many cases as we could. Obviously, we failed in many cases, but it was a pattern.
First of all, the president has the ability to have anything. So him saying he wanted to get stuff back from the president, he can keep it. The president can do whatever he wants. And, let me do this real quick here. And then Militant Roots coming in with $20. Thank you very, very much. If you have a question or anything, just throw it in the chat and I'll answer it. And then Trumpinator comes in with another $5. That way it caps us off. So we just hit the first goal of the evening. We hit the $50, the first goal. So we are extended for another hour. So now it's a 3-hour show. And we're going to start moving towards the next goal. The next goal is actually $75. If we hit another 25, we'll have to activate the Bellavision. And then at another 25 on top of that, we will add a 4th hour, and then so on and so on. I will get into the I'm going to get into the chat right now and correct the goal and get it set up. We are on to phase 2 of the goal. Yes, we are. But this is a lot of nerve of Bolton to try and say that, thank you very much, Militant Roots, and Trumpinator, thank you very much. But everyone has done these jobs as sensitive material somewhere. Well, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. And then Angie McCarthy comes in. Hey, what's up? How's it going? It says DOJ has searched John Bolton's home, and a court-authorized search of his home. Standard investigative affair. Yes, there was a search warrant, an actual warrant signed by a judge to search. What's up, Derek? How you doing? Thank you for being here. I'm hoping that everyone enjoys it and that I keep it entertaining and informative, and we have a little fun, and we get to talk and hang out. Let me go in here and do this. So since we hit the goal, I am going to stop the goal and restart it. Oh, no. Stop the goal and restart it. That's what I need to do. Goal, stop, remove goal, start another goal. Okay. And I'll do it again for 2 hours because same thing. Okay. All right. Sorry, man. I didn't know there was a limit on how many words you could put in the goal there. So their new goal is set up there, and it says basically the same thing as the old goal. It says, for every $50 in total donated, the show will be extended by an hour past the 2-hour normal show length. When we reach 75 total, Bellavision will be activated. We are at 3 hours on the way to Bellavision and 4 hours. Which I probably should have changed it, but anyway, that is what it is. All right. Enough with this. I feel icky. Yeah, so Andy McCarthy's got some stuff to say about it. And we got this. Luke comes back again. And a Trump on John Bolton. So Trump's going to he's going to be asked about John Bolton. And Trump has something to say about it. So let's see.
No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's a real sort of a lowlife. When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East.
Yeah, the hat's a little big and wordy.
He wants to always kill people, and he's very bad at what he does, but he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that, but he really doesn't talk, he's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, oh no, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton was there. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Do you expect the DOJ to brief you on this?
Yeah, they'll brief me, probably today sometime.
And the foreign minister.
I tell Pam and I tell the group, I don't want to know, but just you have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not necessary. I could know about it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel that it's better this way.
Yeah, I heard he said it. So.
Team, if the Durka-Durkistanis have weapons of mass destruction, I'm afraid it could be 9/11 times 1,000.
Jesus, you mean?
Yes, 911,000.
Could be 911,000. Could be bad. Mm-hmm. Can you put this on a shirt so it doesn't contradict your grift? I think they were friendly, like people like in social setting. I don't know. I think they were close friends. I never saw the president in any type of massage setting. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. There's some stuff. There's some stuff about the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff that's coming out later. So, update: agent spotted at Bolton's office in D.C. Mm-hmm. And now at John Bolton's office in Bethesda. A couple of FBI agents loading some stuff in the cars. They're gathering all of it. Cash it down. We're right. Accountability is here. Let's see. Got another 38 minutes here. 38 seconds, I mean.
And ambassador. So this is a live shot of his office in Washington, D.C., and we're looking right now, per our colleagues from Fox Digital on the scene, a couple of FBI agents loading some stuff into cars and leaving the scene. So clearly not as big of a presence at his Bethesda home, but notable that he was spotted at his office earlier today. We're told, I want to be very clear, that he's not facing any charges at this moment. He is not in custody. He is not under arrest at this moment. So we've reached out to his attorney. We're reaching out to Ambassador Bolton himself, and ambassador.
Well, yeah, they don't, unless they find everything, drag it all out in the sunlight, no more hiding for Bolton, and put the rest of the deep state on notice. I love some accountability. Why wasn't Bolton arrested? Well, I mean, they got to get the evidence first. Yeah, okay. John Bolton's neighbor stomps outside and jumps in front of a news camera wearing a "Trump is a national disgrace" shirt. Trump has to make fundraising money, and people buy that stuff. Yeah, they buy that stuff. Yeah, I don't. Is Bolton married? He probably is paying her. I don't know if he's married or not. The hat said Trump was right about everything, which I don't know about everything. I don't know about everything, but most of it. I bet good money this guy's another deep state puppet like Bolton. But we'll see what this guy has to say. It's also the, you know, like it's not, who knows? It's, you know.
Is all of this.
All right, I got to turn up the volume. Hold on. Let's see.
Is all of this retribution and vengeance and using the DOJ and the FBI and the power of government to go after anybody who disagrees with him is frightening. And it's only going to get worse if we don't do something to make it stop. And it scares the crap out of me. Is all of
Well, what is the something he wants to do? If we don't do something, is he? I know Trump and it's a common saying. I know it's a common saying. I'm just joking around. I'm a big Trump. Believe me, I've been on the Trump train since before I saw him come down that escalator. I wanted Trump to run for president back when he used to be on Oprah talking about it. That's just my opinion. This guy either has a government job or he happens to know Bolton personally. Yeah. Well, then, you know, the people on the left say Trump's wrong about everything. You couldn't hear any of it? Okay, hold on. I'll try it again. Let me see if I can turn it up some more. I'll go all the way up to 600. See if this works.
Is all of this retribution and vengeance and using the DOJ and the FBI and the power of government to go after anybody who disagrees with him is frightening. And it's only going to get worse if we don't do something to make it stop. And it scares the crap out of me. Is all of this retribution and vengeance and using the DOJ and the FBI and the power of government to go after anybody who disagrees.
You can't hear it?
Is frightening. And it's only going to get worse if we don't do something to make it stop. And it scares the crap.
No change? Huh.
Is all.
Huh. I don't know what else I could do. I mean, I got it boosted 600%. Is there a way? Let's try this.
All of this retribution and vengeance and using the DOJ and the FBI and the power of government to go after anybody who disagrees with him is frightening. And it's only going to get worse if we don't do something to make it stop. And it scares the crap out of me. Is all of this retribution and vengeance and using the DOJ and the FBI.
Okay, he's saying all this. That Trump is using the DOJ and the FBI to go after everybody for retribution, and somebody has to do something about it, or it's not going to stop. He's got TDS and he's wearing a shirt. And Kara when it done for president, yeah, probably gibberish. No, he's just coming out. He's got a shirt saying this stuff that's saying about, you know, Trump, whatever, and he's just, I don't know. Who knows? He's probably because I think if I'm not mistaken that George Conway and Kellyanne Conway, they live right on the same street here, so these people all know each other. They're all TDS weirdos. So he hates Trump, likes Bolton. Yeah, Bolton probably gives him you know. So basically, that's somebody's got to be done. So you got a lot of people now that are making these threats and threatening to do stuff. You know, James Carville the other day was threatening, you know, making threats against JD Vance. So yeah, we just got a lot of this going on. So yeah, hell of a wake up call. Yeah, Adam Schiff is going to be absolute panic when he hears there could be a knock at his door now. Strong feelings. There are several folks feeling a little nervous today. This man has reached the final stage of TDS. Wow. Oh, what happened to him? He reached the final stage of TDS. And, here's Andrew McCabe. Do I have a volume mixer? I have. I don't know that it makes a difference. I mean, I don't think my mixer does anything per se because of StreamYard. StreamYard does everything. Audio. Yeah, it's just my mic basically in the settings. It doesn't really saying you heard it fine. Okay. TDS and a full-blown fuse is standard for how you find these people these days. Like as if the guy knows Trump, has never even met him. Yeah, probably. So here's Andrew McCabe on CNN discussing the raid on Trump's home and the raid on Bolton's home after each one happened. What a joke. Spot the difference in the coverage. So a corrupt partisan hack like McCabe belongs on CNN, not leading the FBI. Yeah, so this is going to be this is two minutes long, so we're going to play it.
Can't overemphasize to you, John, how big of a deal this would have been within the Department of Justice and the FBI. This is not, a couple of agents showing up at some judge's door in the middle of the night to get an emergency warrant. This is something that would have been planned out and reevaluated and legally examined from every possible angle by the entirety of the leadership structure of both organizations. So let's remember that to get a search warrant in any case, whether it's you or I or the former president, you have to go before a federal judge and convince that judge that there is probable cause to believe both that a federal crime has been committed and that evidence of that crime is contained within the space you have described in your warrant request. So we have, in this situation, a federal judge who made that determination, giving the agents authority to enter that premises and search every part of the premises that might contain the items that are specifically described in the warrant.
I have absolutely no doubt that Mr. Bolton will have very good counsel, and they will attack this in a full-throated and complete way, as they should, right? So we know that Mr. Bolton has said critical things about the president. That's not illegal. That's not a crime. That's pretty squarely within your First Amendment right in this country. And in fact, you shouldn't be. You're not supposed to be. The Department of Justice and the FBI have all kinds of policies absolutely prohibiting investigating people for the exercise of their First Amendment rights. And so if that's what's going on here, and there's all kinds of reasons to believe that that might be the true motivation. We know that the president is embarked on a pretty extensive effort to go after his perceived enemies, to, he said he was running on retribution. Yeah. That's right. I am your retribution. That's what he told his supporters. So there's all kinds of reasons, I think, to look at this with a jaundiced eye and to be aware of the fact that there is more than just the probable cause articulated in this search warrant. There is this very fraught relationship between the two, and the president's history of going after people using the levers of power that he has access to, particularly the Department of Justice, to go after people he doesn't like.
Wow. Coming from the guy who went after Trump because he didn't like him and his buddies, because they were going to stop Trump from becoming president. Remember all that? It's kind of rich, isn't it? Kind of rich. Wow, this is insanity. Excellent work. Yep. And of course, useful idiots at CNN and would have people like McCabe on. Yeah, look at these people. Things they did. John Brennan, you created a fake dossier. The intelligence community created a fake dossier on Trump. They wiretapped Trump. They spied on Trump. They leaked on Trump. They lied about Trump. They harassed Trump and his campaign advisors and staff. They framed and arrested Trump campaign advisors and staff. Keep trying over and over to overthrow Trump. And Democrats have politicized and weaponized the intelligence community. You deny there's a deep state. Look at them all. Nuts. Obama's FBI did not break rules or policies. They broke laws. They did not make mistakes. They committed crimes. Obama knew, Clinton knew, Biden knew, Comey knew, Brennan knew, McCabe knew, Stroke knew, Clapper knew, Rod Rosenstein knew, FBI knew, DOJ knew, CIA knew, state knew. They all knew. Donald Trump was innocent, but they smeared and spied on him. Worst scandal in our nation's history. The CNN clown just lied. Trump never said he wanted retribution. My revenge will be success. That's right. That's what he said. He never said retribution. I don't understand why a president in his final term will waste time going after people to settle those scores instead of focusing on current problems and looking through our midterms. He's not. He's going. You have to punish people that broke the law. That's what you have to do. They have to be held accountable. And so you just don't let it go because it's settling. He's not settling scores. He's doing other things. These other people that are working and are doing the stuff are doing their stuff. Trump's focused on other things. That's why he has the Department of Justice. That's why he has Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi, and all these people, is because he's able to focus on what he wants to do and let them do the other stuff. That's it. Trump can walk and chew gum. Yes, he can. So on today's NRO, Andy McCarthy called Kash Patel's post this morning unseemly. So Andy McCarthy, who's a rhino, phony, Bushite, conservative, whatever you want to call it, said that Kash Patel saying nobody's above the law is unseemly. But, he said so much for the presumption of innocence and the Justice Department's obligation to honor the civil rights of people under investigation. Did he say the same thing about Jack Smith in June 2023 when he publicly suggested Trump had endangered the lives of the military and national security government officials? Yeah, did Andy McCarthy say anything about this? Did any of these rhino squishy Republicans say anything about this clown?
Good afternoon. Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with felony violations of our national security laws, as well as participating in a conspiracy to obstruct justice. This indictment was voted by a grand jury of citizens in the Southern District of Florida, and I invite everyone to read it in full to understand the scope and the gravity of the crimes charged. The men and women of the United States intelligence community and our armed forces dedicate their lives to protecting our nation and its people. Our laws that protect national defense information are critical to the safety and security of the United States, and they must be enforced. Violations of those laws put our country at risk. Adherence to the rule of law is a bedrock principle of the Department of Justice, and our nation's commitment to the rule of law sets an example for the world. We have one set of laws in this country, and they apply to everyone. Applying those laws, collecting facts, that's what determines the outcome of an investigation. Nothing more and nothing less. The prosecutors in my office are among the most talented and experienced in the Department of Justice. They have investigated this case hewing to the highest ethical standards, and they will continue to do so as this case proceeds. It's very important for me to note that the defendants in this case must be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. To that end, my office will seek a speedy trial in this matter, consistent with the public interest and the rights of the accused. We very much look forward to presenting our case to a jury of citizens in the Southern District of Florida. In conclusion, I would like to thank the dedicated public servants of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, with whom my office is conducting this investigation and who work tirelessly every day upholding the rule of law in our country. I'm deeply proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with them. Thank you very much.
Why Florida, sir? Why did you decide to bring the case in Florida?
Oh, so that's what this guy did. So that was fine. There was nothing. The hypocrisy meter's off the charts today. Yeah. Here's Andrew McCabe discussing the raid on Trump's home and the raid on Bolton's home after each one happened. What a joke. Spot the difference? Oh, we watched this. Andrew McCabe. Yes, we watched it. I thought he was going to say Andrew McCarthy. And we got this from Julie Kelly. It says, the FBI used SWAT teams with armed agents and battering rams to conduct early morning raids of hundreds of January 6ers, including those accused of minor nonviolent offenses. This happened frequently while their families, including young children, were home. Agents using bullhorns would scream out the name of the J6er repeatedly so the entire neighborhood and any reporter who had been tipped off could hear. The J6er was then arrested and hauled off in front of family and neighbors. That's right. No one is above the law. These people are a joke. That's right. Bolton, who reportedly was not home during the search, got off lucky compared to most. Yep. Contrast is staggering. J6 grandmas were raided like cartel bosses. Homes stormed before dawn with SWAT, bullhorns, and media tipped off for maximum humiliation. Meanwhile, Bolton gets a quiet search while he's not even at home. One system for them, another for everyone else. Hey, what's up, Steve Hilliard? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you tonight. Here's Enrique Tarrio, the guy who got pardoned because he wasn't even at the Capitol, but they still charged him. Spare me your liberal. This was my home 4 years ago. Spare me your liberal outrage. Your kind started this. I hope the whole syndicate lives in fear for the rest of their lives. They deserve nothing but misery. They made my family suffer. I hope theirs does too. What happened to Bolton is justice. See, this is coming to this guy's house. Yeah. And he wasn't even, if I'm not mistaken, they arrested him and before he even got to DC. And FBI raids former Trump national security advisor John Bolton's home in a national security probe and a search for classified records, sources say. 2 years ago, John Bolton told Jen Psaki that President Trump's retention of classified documents was very disturbing. Bolton's rules for Trump better apply to himself. Right. Yeah, they were gonna. Yeah, that's the thing is they were looking for. They were looking for any excuse to get rid of a bunch of people. Like if anybody did anything, kind of like that guy who he was the airport manager for the Clinton airport in Arkansas, in Mena, Arkansas, and they went and basically smoked this guy at like 4 a.m. over selling a gun without a license, which. Hey, Dan Gygax, how you doing? And Jason Lizette, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing your show with us. Keep up the hard work and hope the channel continues to grow. Well, I do too. I really hope the channel continues to grow. And speaking of channel growing, I want to thank everybody who's here. We got roughly 70 people watching right now. And if you could, please hit that like button if you haven't already. And if you aren't a subscriber, please think about subscribing and helping the channel grow a little bit. And Jason's $10 will go towards the next goal. So right now that leaves us with we have raised $10 towards the second goal. That means we have $15 for Bellavision and $40 for the next hour to make it a 4-hour show. Right now it's a 3-hour show. It could be a 4-hour show with $40 more, any way, shape, or form. But thank you very, very much. I didn't get a notification. Busy. Why? No, I don't understand that. I set it all up an hour ahead of time because that should be enough time. Like I don't know how long. Maybe maybe I need to figure out a way. Maybe I need to set it up earlier. Maybe I could do that. Maybe I should just set the show up earlier in the afternoon and then go in later. I guess I could do that. Go in later after I'm done and edit in the stuff that's going to be in this stuff. Maybe I need to put a placeholder, but I'll try that very much. I'll try it. See what happens. No, look at Keith Olbermann. Man. He's like very upset. He's like, I don't give a rat's ass for John Bolton, but this is a political act, not an investigatorial one. Yeah, YouTube notifications don't really seem to work for shit. Like I usually get, you know what, Rumbles don't either. I'll get a Rumble notification like the next day, the day after somebody's done streaming. I'll be like, wait, what? Like, so I don't know. None of them seem to work for any good. It's pretty obviously an investigatory act considering a judge signed a warrant for John Bolton's home. What don't you get about that, Keith? Hey, Barbie World, how you doing? Nice to see you. Do you have a Twitter that you post a show on it as well? I do have a Twitter. Sorry. Yeah, I do have a Twitter. It's right there. It's Jim Satala at Jim Satala. You can see scrolling across the bottom. I post the show right now. The show is also running live on Twitter right now. It's running live on Facebook right now. It's running live on Instagram and on Rumble and on YouTube, which I was thinking about trying to do maybe Twitch or something too, but I don't know. It starts to get like, no problem. You're welcome. It starts to get like a little, I don't know, like maybe too many things, but we'll see. But yeah, if you, Jason, if you want to, if you follow me on Twitter and send me a message, I will respond and conversate with you on Twitter like a normal human. Can someone raid Keith Olbermann's home for harboring the stupid? Well, I mean, I think maybe they should raid it just to make sure that he's not being taken advantage of. Like, whoever is keeping him locked in that house clearly is, clearly might be taking advantage of the mentally infirm. So it says the official told that a judge signed a warrant for that location. Well, of course, they can't do a search if the judge don't sign a warrant. You know, we could write a book about the things that Keith Olbermann doesn't get. And journalists always protect sources. I don't think too many people get their legal advice or any advice from Keith. Don't look for any kind of logic or even a rational thought from Keith Olbermann. You might as well a business recipe from a porcupine. I don't know. I don't even know what that means. Why would you get a business recipe from a porcupine? They don't even have hands. How are they going to cook anything? It should be, you know, but it makes me sad when people are stupid. It makes me sad. Kash Patel's FBI raids John Bolton's home. Yeah, it is, but why don't you just say the FBI raids the home? Home and office in a probe over sending classified documents to family. So he was sharing documents and sending them to other people. See what I was saying? So it's not just a matter of retention. It's a matter of ascendant. Well, let's see. All right. Is this going to actually be about this? Why is it? This is better, I guess, because otherwise, if I have it the other way, it's got something blocking it. It won't let me go speed. Wow, that guy sounds like he's got an accent. I can barely make out what he's saying, but that's basically it. It's just them outside his house, and not really riveting. Not really riveting. So FBI agents raided the Maryland home and Washington, D.C. office of President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, Friday morning in a high-profile probe of allegations that he sent highly sensitive classified documents to his family from a private email server while working in the White House. Private email server. Who had a private email server? See, I remember about a private email server. Federal investigators went to Bolton's house in Bethesda at 7 a.m. in an investigation ordered by Kash Patel. An administrative official told the Post. Agents later went to his office in downtown D.C., but did not enter until a judge signed a warrant for that location. So they had a warrant for the house and not for the office? Is that what I'm led to believe? No one is above the law at FBI agents on mission, Patel said in a cryptic post. Is that a cryptic post to say that? Is it really? Is it really? Oh, that must be his wife. Or I guess. I don't know. Bolton's wife, Gretchen Smith Bolton, outside their Bethesda, Maryland home. FBI agents walk in the back entrance of his office. Interesting. Bolton has not been arrested and is not currently charged with any crimes, the administrative official added. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very patriotic guy. President Trump told reporters, we're going to find out. Investigators reopened a dormant probe into Bolton's alleged use of a private email to send classified national security documents to his wife and daughter from his work desk before his dismissal by Trump in September 2018, according to a senior U.S. official. Okay, so if he sent stuff from his office to his wife and daughter, like to hide it, stuff so he would have it, I think that's... I mean, I heard there was more to it, like it was stuff that was going to other people. While Bolton was a national security advisor, he was literally stealing classified information, utilizing his family as a cutout. Wow. G-Sharkman says, I hope 4 years is enough to undo all the damage done over the past decade and a half. I don't know, but I mean, we might get close if we can get it to hey, look at that. So we got 70 people live watching right now. Please hit the like button. If you haven't already, please subscribe. We're really trying to get a push. We eventually want to get to 1 million subscribers, but let's be honest here. Let's baby steps here. Let's go for 5,000 subscribers is what we'd like to get to before the end of the year. It's August, so if we could get 5,000 subs by January 1st, that would be fantastic. It would be awesome growth of the channel. And so please hit the like button too. It says only 40 people have hit the like button, so there's a bunch of slackers here not hitting the like button. So maybe get on that. Take care of your business. Hit that like button. It's up to 55 now, so some people are really paying attention. The probe was initially opened in 2020 and continued into the Biden administration, which froze the investigation. Why would Biden do that, you think? This guy. Look at him. Yeah, this guy definitely worked for government and is somehow connected to Bolton or something else. Yeah. A person wearing a Trump is a national disgrace shirt stands outside Bolton's home. Well, how did he know what was going on? How did he get the information to go there? Weird, right? Weird. FBI's raid came at the behest of Patel, who reopened the matter after he took over the FBI in February. The senior U.S. official said, man, my nose is itching. The president told reporters at the White House that he had no advanced knowledge of the operation. I know nothing. I just saw that this morning. I tell Pam to tell them, I don't want to know, but you just do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. Which is the right way to say it. And I could know about it. I could be the one starting, and I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer, but I feel that it's better this way. President added. Hey, Rick, how you doing? Nice to see you tonight. George Conway may have inadvertently spilled the beans outside of Bolton's house. From what I've heard, John Bolton was always fastidious with classified material. How would he hear anything? That doesn't make any sense. Man, my nose is itching. Wow. It's not unusual for a president not to have been informed ahead of an FBI raid. Traditionally, the Justice Department has worked independently of the White House. Well, I mean, they're not supposed to be, not really independent. They get all their power comes from the president, so they're technically not independent of the president. I mean, the president shouldn't be overseeing day-to-day operations per se, but especially on matters potentially tied to domestic politics. For example, former President Biden said he was not given a heads up about the August 22nd, 2022 raid of Mar-a-Lago to recover national security papers sought by the National Archives. Well, and if you believe that, you're crazy, because if you think for 1 second that Garland or any of these people were going to raid a former president's house and not go to the president or someone and say, like, hey, do you think this is a good idea? Do you think it's rumored that he put classified information in a book he wrote? Yeah, a lot of them do that sometimes. And yes, George Conway is Kellyanne Conway's husband, which I don't understand how they're still married, not have major problems. If because he's like way left wing. Yeah. Yes, yeah, he's draining the swamp. Yes, he is. Yeah, why would they be able to find anything they couldn't find shit on a dump? would be assassin kid's phone. Well, see, that's funny. What happened with that kid? What, you know, why? What was the deal? And yes, the president is the boss of all federal agencies. Oh, you DM'd me the video? Okay, I'll pull that up right now. But it's not unusual for yes. And that hat, Trump was right about everything. It just looks a little big to me, a little tall, like a little wordy. Trump claimed he didn't know anything about the raid. Well, they say Biden claimed he didn't know anything about the raid, or they just know that Biden claimed he doesn't know anything about anything about anything because he was what do you say, like non-compos mentis. The latest probe spawned out of a separate criminal inquiry into Bolton from Trump's first term over an ex-advisor's alleged disclosure of national secrets in his 2020 book, The Room Where It Happened. Kind of quiet on Northern Virginia streets tonight. Yeah, they're all probably burning docks, freaking out. And Mother Papillon says, was that Kellyanne that was treating the world leaders on Monday? I think so. Papillon, whatever came out of the assassination investigation. George is a TDS freak. Yes, he is. Justice Department officials who also served during Biden administration purportedly told Trump officials they had been trying to prosecute this case for 4 years, and Biden DOJ shut it down. Okay, why would the Biden DOJ shut it down? Investigators suspect the pause in the probe might have been motivated by the ex-National Security Advisor's public political opposition to Trump. Oh, so because this guy was, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. So because John Bolton was going at Trump, they were like, no, let him go at Trump because it looks like he's getting attacked from his side. So, we like that. Oh, Newsom was trolling Trump by wearing a red Newsom was right about everything hat. Trump was trolling him back. Could be. Bolton has been at odds with his old boss since Trump fired him, regularly appearing on CNN and criticizing the president's national security and foreign policy aims. Trump, 79, unsuccessfully fought to quash publication of The Room Where It Happened over its inclusion of national secrets, saying Bolton broke a non-disclosure agreement signed as a condition of his employment. I don't know if I missed it, but I heard Bolton's under investigation for trading classified intel of foreign entities. Yes, and for they know. I think they know for a fact that he sent classified documents from work to like his home server, to his wife and daughter's emails, basically like to use them as cutouts, and then supposedly that he, sent them to some other people. So they're looking into that. And whatever came of the gold at Fort Knox or Drill Baby Drill or Mitch McConnell, lots of mysteries. Yeah, the gold at Fort Knox is a funny one. I don't know. I'd like to know. I'd like to know one way or another. What's there? How much gold is there? Yeah, and it does make sense, and they wouldn't be raiding him if they couldn't prove it either. Yeah, that's what I think. Drain the swamp, more like drain the ocean. Yeah, it's pretty swampity-dompity, isn't it? It's pretty swampity-dompity. Search warrants underpinning Friday's raids, which have yet to be unsealed, include references to the book controversy to convey a pattern of behavior on Bolton's part. However, the senior U.S. officials described the probe as a clean break from the investigation over the former White House's official memoir. How about none? Trump fan here, but let's stop the I Stop 7 wars already. He did stop the war with was it Chad and the Congo. He did stop that one. I don't know if that was on its own, ending on its own. And he did stop the war, and I guess he's saying he's taking credit for stopping the war between Israel and Iran, maybe. And he's taking stop the war between Azerbaijan and Armenia, right? And I don't know. I mean, I don't want. I honestly, my opinion is I don't need people to be bragging about what they're doing. I can see what they're doing. You know, the media is going to lie, so that's why I think why he brags a lot. Why they have people brag about what they're doing is because the media is going to twist everything and not give him credit for stuff. But just do the work, and we'll see it, and we know. You know what I mean? Like I know that this, like they're trying to pin inflation and stuff on him. It's not. No. Prosecutors talk about the book and warrants because it's good color for him already having essentially broken the law, the person said, but we're not prosecuting him for that. It's nothing to do with the book. All these people have been wrapping their heads around an act about, oh, they're really relitigating the book. The official went on, reacting to the media speculation on Friday. The book investigation over. Who gives an F? Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. He Trump brags because no one else will report the good stuff he's doing, and then by bragging, he forces them. And that's why I think sometimes he actually kind of goes over, exaggerates and stuff, because then they have to say, no, that's not what it is. It was actually this. And it's like, oh yeah, that's what it was. See, so you lied. Yeah, no one else gives him credit. Exactly. No, I don't have a problem with it. So, upon taking office, Trump terminated Bolton's security clearance and Secret Service detail. The move prompted concerns for the ex-advisor's safety, with Iran identifying Bolton as an assassination target and retribution for his role in the January 2020 drone strike that took out General Qasem Soleimani. Bolton, 76, has also been a vocal advocate of regime change in Iran throughout his diplomatic career. Yeah, Trump's always trolling everybody. Yeah, he is. Oh, here he is. They have a picture of him waving after he returns home after the FBI searched his home. Huh. Bolton worked for Trump during his first term. Bolton's X account blasted out a message at 7:32 a.m. as FBI agents were inside his home, criticizing Trump's approach to Russia's war on Ukraine. It was unclear whether it was a scheduled post or not. Thailand and Cambodia? Yeah, that too. Yeah, I don't know what else ones he's talking about, though. I troll also, yeah. Russia has not changed its goal, drag Ukraine into a new Russian empire. Moscow has demanded that Ukraine cede territory it already holds and the remainder of Donetsk, which has been unable to conquer. Zelensky will never do so, Bolton wrote. Well, I just want to point out to John Bolton that Odessa is still on the menu. Meanwhile, meetings will continue because Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize, but I don't see the talks making any progress. I wonder what that $32 an ounce gold in Fort Knox is worth now, Jim. I thought it was $30 an ounce. Wasn't it $30 or $60 or something? They had it regulated at one point. It's worth, I think it's almost $3,000 an ounce now. The Bolton raid comes one day after Patel revealed former FBI Director James Comey had authorized leaks of classified documents while misleading Congress just before the 2016 elections. Patel has pledged to rid the federal government of corruption and expose cover-ups, especially related to the FBI's investigation of collusion between the Kremlin and Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. Well, that's a good thing to hear there, boys. And then we have this. We're going to pull this up real quick. This is right here. It says George Conway may have inadvertently spilled the beans outside of John Bolton's house. From what I've heard, John Bolton was always fastidious with classified materials. Why would George have any idea about Bolton's handling of classified materials? Because whenever John Bolton would show him the materials, he would say, shh, you got to give it back to me. You got to get it back. You can't keep it.
What I've heard, John Bolton.
All right, I'm going to do this. Let's see.
What I've heard, John Bolton is always fastidious with classified versus unclassified material. It's all about the fact that he wrote a book that was uncomplimentary about the president's mental capacity and other abilities. If that's what this is about, well, I think we should all start buying John's book and reading the passages about Donald Trump. What I've heard, John.
Wait, what's this guy? Does he have like own stock in a book that he's trying to get the book sold? You know. Why would Kellyanne Conway be married to this guy? I mean, look at this guy. This guy looks like a turd, like a human thumb turd. Dude looks like he's been huffing Miracle Whip. And why would John Bolton still be in possession of classified material? Remember, Biden gave his ghostwriter classified docs that guys want, sir, refused to be questioned. Yeah. Let's see what's this.
I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With your ghostwriter? With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
But the special counsel said in the
no,
report
he
that he
did not say that.
Okay.
He did not say that.
Pointing his finger, he reminds me of that arrogant SO you-know-what in New Hampshire in 1987, speaking about all those degrees he didn't have and all those awards he didn't win. Because that's
that was
exactly
Kellyanne Conway.
what
I think
he
they're still
did,
married. I think they're
according
still
to the
married.
Prosecutor. May we go to the report? You didn't tell the guy any classified information? At least 3 times, Mr. Biden read from classified entries aloud to his ghostwriter, nearly verbatim. Next, please. Mr. Biden disclosed classified information in his notebooks to Zwanitzer. Mr. Zwanitzer was the ghostwriter. Next, Mr. Biden read his notes.
All right, so we all know Biden's a piece of crap. So yeah, we got that. So live updates. Justice Department releases transcripts interviews with. Oh, that's not the right story. What are we doing here? The Justice Department released. No. What is going on here? What is going on here? Live updates. What is? FBI searches John Bolton's home and office to move to seize the former Trump administration National Security Advisor's documents as a part of a criminal investigation into potential mishandling of classified information. A person familiar with the matter said. Who's the... Oh, wait. Kellyanne Conway and George Conway got divorced? I could swear they're still married. They were still married when Trump was president. Let's see. Hold on. Oh, no, it says they separated in 2023. So they separated in 2023. So they're separated now. So, okay, so they're separated. So, okay. They stayed together all the way to 2023. No, it says separated on Wikipedia in 2023. It doesn't say divorced. It says separated. So, no, Wikipedia would never lie. Hey, 75 people here watching live right now. It's been an hour and a half. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. Like, thumbs up, give me the like button. Participate in the chat. Throw a couple comments in there. And even just hit those reactions. They got the little thing next to the talkie thingy. You hit some reactions. Give it some hearts and stars and different things. That helps with the algorithm. Leave a comment. That helps a lot. And pay attention to the goal because we are $40 away from going on a 4-hour show and only $15 away from Bellavision being activated. Yeah. Bolton, who has become a scathing critic of the president since he was fired, was not detained and has not been charged with any crimes. So we got this from the National Review talking about it. Let's see what these clowns have to say. You say tomato, I say plato. Pato. You say tomato, I say potato. I don't know. I don't know what that means exactly, but Trump DOJ searched Bolton's home. President still playing with fire. Yeah, I'm almost never. I haven't really been tracking them, Kevin, to tell you the truth. Like, 2023, that's 2 years ago. So, I mean, they stayed together all through Trump's presidency and almost through all the Biden's presidency. So it must have been something to do with maybe just who knows, man? Who knows? I don't know. The retribution President Trump's latest lawfare sortie is a Friday morning raid. See, he never said retribution. He's his former national security advisor and a harsh critic. This appears to arise out of a feud over Bolton's book about the time Trump and his time in the Trump administration. Well, we already said Taylor says they divorced in 2023. Well, according to Wikipedia, they're still married. They're just separated. So hold on. I guess I have to do this now just to prove a point. Right? No, no money for you. Right here. Married 2001. Separated 2023. Uh-huh. Most of it says early life and education. Career. We'll do this too, just to Leanne Conway. They announced their divorce in March 2023 after more than 2 decades of marriage, stating it was amicable and they remained focused on their children. Question is, did they actually get divorced? Because it's not saying they're divorced. It's just saying that they announced that. I don't know. After 22 years, the reason for her divorce, her husband split. But I imagine it would take longer, though, than it's got to be a. Hey, what's up, Tika? How you doing? Ask Rock. Yeah, I can't believe she stayed with them that long either. Which okay, required and Bolton rushed to get the book out, which required a classified information review by the intelligence community prior to the 2020 election. The book depicted Trump as incompetent and unfit for the presidency. Yeah. Oh, it says to read the full story. Okay, so. Let's see if I can get this. Let's see. Here we go. All right, so let's see. Pull this up. It was very lengthy. The book depicted Trump as incompetent. It's very lengthy and includes quotations and conversations from about highly sensitive topics crossed into an area that Intel speakers refer to as born classified. Yeah, National Review has TDS bad. I know. Yes, they do. Those who worked with Bolton observed that he's a copious note taker in governance. An official participates in a meeting about topics that are classified and takes notes contemporaneously or even afterwards. The notes are deemed classified at whatever the classification level of the topics discussed is. The controversy over the book involved whether Bolton maintained classified information, e.g. his notes, in non-approved spaces while hastily writing it, whether the book compromised intelligence information, including methods and sources. If they're separated, could explain why he's renting near Bolton. It could also be, I don't know. Bolton maintained that he destroyed any classified notes that were in his possession, consistent with the practice of intelligence officials. Under that practice, classified notes, like other classified documents, must be maintained in a storage facility appropriate to the level of classification at issue, and then destroyed, usually burned in a regular process, using tightly secured burn bags that are destroyed by security staffers. Well, isn't that... The stream is derailing harder than an Amtrak. Yeah, it is tonight. It's been a good, but it's good. We keep going. Don't worry. We got time. We got plenty of time. It's Friday night. I got nowhere else to be. Do you? Aren't there rules about government records? Like if you work for the government and you take notes, wouldn't that become government records? And you're not supposed to destroy government records. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it all works. It seems. Jim is drunk. I'm not drunk at all. I haven't been drinking. I'm drinking. Trump investigation equals he's a criminal. Democrats investigations equal retribution for Trump. Yeah, got it. Mm-hmm. During his first administration after Bolton became a voluble anti-Trump source for the media, Trump and his aides go to court to stop the publication of his book, alleging that it contained classified information that he hadn't gotten approval to publish. This was a controversial issue. In a nutshell, Bolton appeared to have gotten a signal from the NSC official Ellen Knight that the intelligence community's pre-publication review of the book was complete and the book was approved for publication, i.e. it had been found not to contain classified information. This approval, however, was not a formal final green light. Based on what we've been told, Bolton and his publishers forged ahead with the printing of the books, obviously seeking to publish in the run-up to the election when press and public interest would be at its most intense. White House, however, assigned John Ellis, the NSC lawyer, to review Bolton's manuscript. What the hell? Well, no, I have Red Bull in the cup, actually. It's Red Bull, but normally, if I was drinking, I would have vodka in with the Red Bull, but I'm not drinking any alcohol. I wouldn't lie if I was. I would just say so. Ellis, the deputy director of the CIA, and his involvement we're pausing over. Prior to joining the first Trump administration, Ellis worked for Devin Nunes, the Republican's former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, where his top aide was Kash Patel. Both Nunes and Patel are close to the president. And the former is now chairman of the President's Intelligence Advisory Board and chief executive of the Trump Media and Technology Group, parent of Truth Social. The latter is the former director of the FBI, which executed the warrant at Bolton's home this morning. Well, what is that supposed to mean? Latter is that director. Yeah, everybody knows Kash Patel's director of the FBI. Say it like that, like you're telling us secrets that no one's supposed to know. Ellis concluded the manuscript contained classified information. When the first Trump administration filed a lawsuit seeking to block the publication, General Paul Nakasone, then NSC director, went further, filing an affidavit that said a portion of the book's draft implicates information classified at the highest level, the compromise of which could result in permanent loss of valuable signal intelligence source and cause irreparable damage to the U.S. signal intelligence system. I am quoting from the Washington Post report, which includes the brackets, signal intelligence generally refers to forms of electronic monitoring as distinguished from human intelligence, which refers to informants and undercover agents. Yeah, the book stuff's all distraction. That's what they said. It's nothing to do with the book. It's nothing to do with the book. It doesn't. Judge Royce Lambert, a Reagan appointee to the Federal District Court in Washington, ultimately denied the government's motion to block the publication of the book because publicity about the memoir had already begun and more than 200,000 copies had been shipped. Judge Lambert, however, opined that Bolton had exposed his country to harm and himself to civil and potentially criminal liability. The Post elaborates that the court also gave Bolton's defense opportunity to pursue their claims that Trump officials improperly delayed and influenced classification decisions. Mm-hmm. In the chaotic closing weeks of Trump 45 administration, the Justice Department opened a criminal investigation of Bolton on a suspicion of felonious mishandling of classified information. 5 months after the Biden administration took over, the grand jury investigation was closed. Both the DOJ and Bolton agreed to drop the civil litigation over the book, in which the first Trump administration had sought to claw back Bolton profits from the sale. Meanwhile, Ellis, who in the chaotic closing days of the last Trump administration had been installed as NSC general counsel over General Nakasone's objection, was removed from NSC and soon reassigned. In the Trump 47 administration, he has served as deputy CI director, a non-confirmation post, since February. Obviously, the Trump Justice Department, which has a growing lawfare practice investigating Trump's political enemies, has reopened the criminal investigation of Bolton. FBI Director Kash Patel, in an unseemly real-time social media post, yeah, this is what they were talking about, said no one is above the law. How is that unseemly to say no one's above the law? So much for the presumption of innocence and the Justice Department's obligation to honor the civil rights of the person being investigated. I'll end the same way I ended yesterday's column by observing that President Trump is playing with fire and seeking retribution against his tormentors by using the very same lawfare tactics. He can have much more successful presidency if he accepts that he got his retribution by winning the election. And this is why they're losers. Because you're losers because you just basically go, okay, we're going to win. We're going to ignore everything you did until they do it again. Because if you got a puppy and your puppy keeps shitting in the house, you don't just go, okay, I'm just going to keep cleaning up, puppy, and eventually you got to take the puppy's nose and you got to push it into shit and say, don't shit in the house no more. At least that's what I've heard. Andrew McCarthy, douchebag extraordinaire. Because I want everyone to remember that, not just because Cash tells us the FBI now, that we can't trust the FBI in general speaking, because like Peter Navarro says, the media calls recently fired FBI agent Walter Gardina a martyr. I call him the tip of the spear in a weaponized FBI campaign to take down Donald Trump and imprison me. Oh, yeah, look at that guy. He looks just like that other guy we saw. They all have that same look on their face. Dork. Gardena wasn't just doing his job. He was there at every anti-Trump lawfare op. Lawfare. From FBI headquarters. Film at 11. In 2016, the whistleblowers say Gardena vouched for Hillary's phony Steele dossier. Whistleblowers say he called it corroborated, even though its most explosive claims were unverified and false. Gardena lies or incompetence triggered Crossfire Hurricane, the Russia hoax. Crossfire Hurricane gave the FBI cover to spy on Trump's campaign and set the table for Mueller's witch hunt. Did you do that to lovely Bella? Surely not. No. I never had to do it to Bella because as a puppy she never shit in the house. But I don't know. You're supposed to do something like let them see it and say no, and I don't know. And that's what they say. Stick their nose in it. That's like a saying with dogs, isn't it? Wow, now they really want to see the Bella Cam. Well, for $15 you can see Bella Cam because we are $15 away from $75. Double check. Nothing there. Check here, just to be sure. Nothing. Doesn't seem that the nothing came through, so Bobby Rose says, no, you take the puppy out every 2 hours, no poop in the house. Okay, geez. Gardena joined that team too. Later, Gardena's laptop was mysteriously wiped clean, say whistleblowers, shades of Hillary Clinton, who lost thousands of her emails while under federal investigation. Go on, deleted. And they wiped it? How? Like with a cloth? No, you beat him with a hammer is what you guys did. Gardena was also involved in the Crimson River bogus claim that Egypt funneled $10 million into Trump's 2016 campaign. The Egypt hoax was conveniently leaked to the Washington Post before the 2024 election. Wow, what do you know? Lawfare is as lawfare does. That's LCC. Chuck Grassley, on a mission to out the Dems' weaponization of our justice system, revealed Gardena's heavy involvement and that the Egypt case was marked prohibited access to keep it walled off from internal oversight. Yeah, well, we have a story about that actually. It's called about the Sentinel and prohibited access. Yeah, and so that nobody can see it. That's what they do. That's how they do. Gardena abused the Constitution's emoluments clause probe, say whistleblowers, to license another fishing expedition with no predicate. The result: headlines tailored for a deep state takedown, more smokescreens, more lawfare. Gardenia instructed agents to use false emolument clause predication on President Trump to dig around. Gardenia was a case agent assigned to Crimson River, later changed to Red Basari. This case was leaked by whom it is not known to the Washington Post in August 24, roughly 90 days before the presidential election, in an attempt to falsely discredit President Trump. Wow. Emails show that Special Agent Waller Gardenia played a significant role in the investigation and ultimately prosecution of Navarro. My office also informed that Gardenia was involved in Arctic frost, crossfire hurricane, Mueller's investigation, which he received an award later, as well as Dan Scavino, Roger Stone, and Hillary Clinton cases. Wow, that's some crazy stuff. Then came Arctic frost, January 6th dragnet, phone seized, President Trump and Mike Pence targeted, Dr. John Eastman, Jeff Clark, and Rudy Giuliani persecuted. Once again, whistleblowers and Senate records say it was Gardenia, key player. That's right. In 2022, Gardenia came for me. I stood on 200 years of executive privilege, settled DOJ policy for White House advisors. No matter, Gardenia put me in handcuffs anyway. The FBI choreographed the arrest, chilling details, surveillance, iCloud data, media prep. Media tipped off in advance. Gardenia and 4 armed FBI agents ambushed me and my fiance at Reagan National Airport. No lawyer, no call, just cuffs and leg irons. Wow. My fiance wasn't charged, wasn't a witness, yet she was collateral damage. I will never forget the sight of her being perp walked as part of the circus arrest Gardenia staged for maximum humiliation. Nor will I forgive him. I don't know, she's got some man hands there. An internal FBI emails released by Chuck Grassley show it was all scripted. Media attention is anticipated. One now former anti-Trump FBI agent, Timothy Debo, replied, "Wow, great. Way to go. Keep up the good work." You'd rather see Bella than Jim? Well, for $15, that can happen. Karma is a witch. I had a soldier who lost his career for losing a supercomputer, and Hillary had a server in her house. No one is above the law. That's right. I'm so glad it's Friday. Work's finally over. I needed a break. Just biatch, auto damn, autocorrect. Happy Friday, everyone. Navarro is whacked. Yeah, he's kind of out there, but he's got to hit that repost. That's right. Hit the like button. Hit the thumbs up. Share the post out. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Even the Obama-appointed judge in my case, Amit Mehta, no friend of mine, questioned the ambush. Huh. What's this say? Media attention is anticipated. Look at that. And, the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office would like Navarro indicted on June 2nd. We're working on the possibility of a search warrant as well. Walter Gardino. Wow, great. Way to go. Navarro. For too long, a corrupt faction inside the federal law enforcement believed it could decide who governed and destroyed those who resisted. That's not justice, it's tyranny. Firing Gardenia is not enough. If there's no accountability for what he did, for what they did, they'll do it again. To President Trump, to me, to you. Nobody will be safe if we don't take these lawbreakers and oath breakers out and get rid of them. More heads to roll at FBI, that's right. Get the rest of the Gardenia story in my Breitbart piece. Lawfare on steroids. Share this out. Yes. Yeah, Navarro did get put in jail. He did. Yeah. Navarro's very loyal to Trump. Yes, he is. Walter Gardenia wasn't some martyr. He was a key operator in the FBI's politicized targeting of Trump allies. His termination for lack of impartiality confirms systemic bias and abuse under the prior administration. Remember, Gardenia pushed the Steele dossier as corroborated, even knowing it was Clinton-funded opposition research with zero, zilch, none cooperation. Kash Patel's cleanup of the weaponized actors isn't retribution. It's restoring accountability. Same agents who railroaded Navarro and Stone while ignoring Hillary's violations, they don't deserve our sympathy. They deserve our scorn, our ridicule. Dismissing compromised officials isn't a purge. That's just some crazy rhetoric. It's basic house cleaning after years of DC rot. Mm-hmm. The facts behind Gardina's firing and the double standards at the DOJ demand a closer look. Definitely closer looks, man. They need closer looks. There better be a rat. Simply getting fired is not enough. Yeah. Take him out behind a gym. Take him out behind a woodshed. Take him out by the Cracker Barrel and give him a couple cracks out of the Cracker Barrel. Hey, 75 people watching. Please hit that like button. Thumbs up. Subscribe if you haven't. You always wondered how the FBI, CIA, and Federal Reserve fits into the constitutional separation of powers. Technically, the FBI, CIA, and I would argue even the Federal Reserve are all part of the executive branch. So, i.e., they're all only get their powers through and from the president. So the president is ultimately the one who decides what happens in those agencies. I mean, that's just how it has to work. They're in the executive branch. I mean, they try to say that the Fed is not part of the executive branch, but what is it then? Because there is only three parts of the government. There's only three branches of government. There's executive, judicial, legislative. That's it. So what is the Fed? They don't make legislation. Clearly, they're part of the government because the government is paying for the remodeling job on their building. So, try to pull up the story. Hold on. Just in case. Let's see here. Sheriff's tab instead. We got the Breitbart. Peter Navarro, time to investigate the FBI agent who tried to take me and Trump down. Yes, and the Fed. Totally, and the Fed. They call Walter Gardenia a Marine hero. The media portrayed him as a martyr. Cash Patel's recent purge. In my new book, I went to prison so y'all don't have to. I called Gardenia something else, tip of the spear, and weaponized DOJ. They came to destroy Donald Trump, me, and the rest of this country. Yes. I don't use weaponized lightly. I was there. I lived it. I feel the cold steel of those handcuffs they put on me in the icy depths of the bowels of the Washington prison system. And this gaggle of armed agents slapped me. They slapped me at the Russian National Airport, the Reagan National Airport. They slapped me in the face. They slapped me. They said, "Get in there, boy." They kneeled on my back. I couldn't breathe for 5 minutes. And I'll never forget the sight of my fiance being perp walked out of that same terminal. Terrible. He wasn't just another FBI agent. He was the Bureau's go-to guy for getting it done. When they wanted to get somebody, they said, "Well, get him. Put Gardenia on it. He always gets his man." Gardenia's steep fall started with the single most destructive lie in modern American politics, the Russia hoax. In 2016, Gardenia was reported one of the very first FBI agents to review the Steele dossier, a fetid pile of Clinton-funded faux opposition research dressed up as intelligence, but it was literally just dog dung and a pile of poop covered in crap. Whistleblowers allege Gardenia told colleagues that the dossier was corroborated, even though its most explosive claims were unverified and later proved false. It was a Russia hoax, plain and simple. I believe Gardenia either refused or didn't want to see that it was a hoax. I don't think that, I know they said they were going to go up, but I don't think it was ever set up. Gardenia's internal stamp of credibility for Steele dossier helped catalyze the FBI's entire Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the 2016 counterintelligence probe into whether Trump's campaign had coordinated with Russia. This guy should be in prison, actually. We should force the Brits to give him to us so we can put him in prison. While Crossfire Hurricane started with a whimper, it turned out into a big lawfare bang once the FBI and Gardenia swallowed Christopher Steele's Clinton-funded dossier. credibility stamp central to justifying the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act warrant used to secretly monitor Trump advisor Carter Page, giving the Bureau a legal pretext to spy on a U.S. citizen tied to the campaign. Then, because of the two-hop rule, they were able to spy on two people from him, so they were spying on Trump. Yeah. Peter Navarro was always like, buy my book, buy my book, buy my book. You know, it's kind of like, you know, kind of like me when I say, hey, we've been going almost 2 hours now, and, you know, we're still $15 away from Bellavision and $40 away from fourth hour for the show tonight. So, kind of the same thing, is it? I don't know. Could be. From there, Steele dossier fed directly into the Mueller special counsel, which could ultimately ensnare a very good man, an ultimate patriot and warrior, Michael Flynn. I feel bad about Michael Flynn, really. I mean, from what I understand, too, it was basically, what's her name? She was a female. She was like acting something or other for a while at the DOJ, and then she, Sally Yates, and then she went to Mike Pence, and Mike Pence is the one who was able to whisper poison into Trump's ear to get rid of Mike Flynn. Inspector General Michael Horowitz would blow the lid off the Crossfire Hurricane corruption in 2019. His report exposed 17 major errors and omissions in the FISA applications, from overstating Steele's credibility to hiding exculpatory evidence and stealing Steele's own sources had disavowed parts of the dossier. There's also a whole part about the guy who changed the email that says that Carter Page was an asset working for the CIA to he's not an asset working for the CIA. I mean, it's like a big thing to change on there. It's like it wasn't a good faith investigation gone bad. It was a tip of the weaponized justice spear. Clinton Apple research laundered through the FBI, with Gardena carrying it to the case files that would haunt the Trump presidency. Oh, well, we got Job for 9 says, I want to see Bella. Job for 9. Yes, for you, Job for 9, Bellavision is activated. You guys want it here, or you want it, where do you want it, here or here? Or, I'm sorry, here? Here? What do we think? We'll go like this. Topics change too fast, but you're slow. This is only topic number 2 of the evening. This is still topic number 2. We get 2 hours in. We're still on just topic 2. Under you, okay. Under me, all right. Maybe I should redo it so that it's. I should probably redo something here. Let me see. Okay, we'll do this, and I'm gonna edit. No, I can't. I can't do it right. Hold on. I was gonna say I can edit it to make it so that it's across the top, but the ones I have for across the top are really small, like this or this. So that's all I have for across the top right now. So I guess this is it right here. That's what it is. That's that. Just remove my camera feed. My bad. You guys lost audio when I did that. Sorry. I was reading stuff and you couldn't hear me. Just kidding. All right. Let's do this. All right. Better? That better? I'll let her be on top. That way when I pull something up, it's just me you don't see. You get to see Bella. Now you can't hear me. Yeah, I didn't realize it pulled me down. You couldn't hear me. So I'll go back and read this. So neither Page nor Flynn was ever convicted of any Russian-related crime, yet both were saddled with millions in legal fees. This was financial ruin inflicted through lawfare without a single valid charge. This faux scandal forced Mike's resignation just weeks into the administration. It was a catastrophic event for the nascent Trump administration. I know, I was there in the White House. I was there. Bella. Saddle him instead of the far less capable successors, first the globalist lightweight H.R. McMaster's and the later treacherous John Bolton. Crossfire Hurricane will metastasize into 2-year special counsel probe. Probe, formerly titled Special Counsel's Office to Investigate Russian Interference to the 2016 presidential election, was launched under former FBI Director Robert Mueller, while with a sweeping mandate to examine alleged coordination between the Trump campaign and Russia, potentially obstruction of justice, and a raft of spin-off matters. It was a $30 million weaponized lawfare dragnet with 2,800 subpoenas, 500 witnesses, and endless leaks. And what sat at the heart of Mueller's team? The same Steele dossier rot. Who was a key member of that Mueller investigative team? Walter Gardina. Is that Bella's favorite blankie? No, she got a bunch of blankies. But second channel, Bella relaxes you. We'll see. Put a happy Friday. Hey, what's up, Colorado Mountain Girl? How you doing? So for those just joining or coming in late, we are already past the first goal. So we already have a third hour. We are halfway to a fourth hour, thanks to Job for 9 and Jason Lizotte. So we have $25 to go for the fourth hour. Yes. Ugh. This guy, Mueller, is in some kind of like dementia home or something. Whistleblowers say Gardina's conduct inside the special counsel's team raised red flags. They accuse him of wiping his assigned laptop outside of official protocol, destroying government records. Any communications, drafts, reports, case notes, or classified material leaked to his work, thereby vanished forever, gone before the Inspector General of Congress could review them. Mm-hmm. That better? You can see her better now, right? Okay. If Gardina did intentionally wipe his computer shades of Hillary Clinton, who famously deleted thousands of emails from a private server while under a federal investigation, he possibly could have been charged with felonious destruction of potential evidence, one of the most politically charged investigations of modern history. Even as prosecutors admitted behind closed doors that they had no evidence of conspiracy, the circus rolled on. The 448-page Mueller report ultimately conceded what Trump had said from day one: no collusion. Yeah, wiped? Like with a cloth? Like, what do you mean? Like wiped? Like wiped with a cloth? Yeah. What do you mean wiped? He's not any different than when he testified before Congress. Yeah, he was probably obviously suffering from dementia. I think they just used him as a name, and they had these other people that were running it in the background, and he was just the person that they put his name on it to make it seem like it had some kind of credibility. What is going on here? Oh. And here's a stunning, ironic postscript. Internal FBI records show that Gardina was given a special counsel's office award for his work, underscoring the degree to which the Bureau rewarded those at the center of the politically charged investigations. Oh, look, she's going to roll on her back. And even when their actions obscured proper record-keeping rules. Crimson River. While the Steele dossier alleged Russian compromise and covert influence over Trump, the FBI's Crimson River case, which was later renamed Red Masani, pursued an entirely different thread. The claim that the Egyptian government funneled $10 million into Trump's 2016 campaign. Where'd that come from? The Crimson River investigation was opened in 2017 and ran simultaneously with Crossfire Hurricane, underscoring how the FBI was pulling out all the stops in pursuing Trump. Whistleblowers told the Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley that both investigations shared two features: Gardina's involvement at the case agent level and a prohibited access classification for the federal records acquired, which sharply limited any oversight of these investigations. Neither probe ever produced substantiated evidence of anything. Yet together, they exemplified how politically explosive allegations against Trump are fast-tracked into FBI case files and then walled off from normal review. The ultimate lawfare payoff came in August 2024 when details of the Crimson River Red Basari case were conveniently leaked to the Washington Post just 90 days before the election. The leak achieved exactly what such leaks are designed to do: dominate the headlines, poison the well, and force Trump onto the defensive at the most critical moment in the campaign. An emoluments clause lacking a predicate. Whistleblowers also informed Chuck Grassley that Gardenia urged agents to launch a new line of investigation under the Constitution's emoluments clause, a provision intended to prevent federal officials from personally profiting from gifts, payments, or favors from foreign governments. In theory, it's a legitimate safeguard. In practice, under Gardenia's direction, I believe it became... Wait, why is Instagram is disconnected? They currently... Oh, man. So Instagram started disconnecting streams for 2 hours now instead of 4 hours. So, okay. I guess Instagram's done. Wow. Wow. We'll remove Instagram. And you know what? X, Twitter. I'm going to say goodbye to X Twitter. If you're on X Twitter, come on over to either Rumble, YouTube, or Facebook. Because, I don't really get much off of X. Hardly any views. So... maybe the Instagram live thing is not really going to pay off either. It just seems like it's a waste of time. What the hell's going on here? What the hell's going on? How did I get logged out? How did I get logged out? That doesn't make any sense. Huh. That's weird. Huh. Yeah, they probably don't have angle monitors that could fit the cankles. In theory, it's a legitimate, but it became a political fishing license with agents specifically instructed by Gardenia to dig around. Just, dig around. Get to, kind of like, I want you to meet with the Tatayas, and I want you to see what's under their fingernails, and tell them you're unhappy with the family, and see if they have anything they want you to do for them. The push came in 2018, 2019, right as Democratic lawmakers and the allied watchdog groups were filing civil lawsuits and flooding the media with stories about foreign officials paying to stay at the Trump hotel. Because God forbid that people stay at hotels. Bella does sleep quite a bit. Dogs do. They sleep and then they're up, and then they sleep and then they're up. But she's up most of the day. You got to realize, I have 2 young grandchildren. One's almost 3. One's going to be 1, and they keep Bella busy. James, he basically climbs on her and rides her around the house and basically drags her around and does not let her sleep at all. So she doesn't sleep during the day usually. The Russia hoax machinery was already in full throttle, and the Mueller probe was in full swing, making the emoluments clause the perfect political hook. Like the other Trump operations, the effect of Gardenia's dig around emoluments clause fishing expedition was to keep Trump under perpetual investigation, defeat a steady trickle of leaks. They can stick leaks to the press, and like the other investigations, Gardenia was a key player. Gardenia also played a role in Operation Arctic Frost. This was the January 6th related probe that was launched in April 2022 that was prioritized around all others inside the Washington field office. Arctic Frost was a full throttle coast-to-coast operation to the so-called fake electors theory, a legal dispute that the FBI and DOJ treated as if it were a criminal conspiracy. And this op had both President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence clearly in its crosshairs. What breed is Bella? Bella is what is commonly referred to as a pit bull, but that's an incorrect terminology. She's actually what's known as a American Staffordshire Terrier. She has papers. She has papers. Show her your papers. Papers, please. Search warrants were executed in multiple states. Subpoenas landed on state officials, and dozens of Trump and Pence aides were hauled in for questioning. It was lawfare on steroids. Weaponized justice going in for the Trump kill. Operation Arctic Frost would indeed reach deep into Trump's orbit. According to whistleblower disclosures, Senate Judiciary records, the FBI pursued the government-issued devices and communications of numerous Trump associates. Search warrants were drafted for these individuals, and investigators launched interviews and subpoenas amid aimed at securing evidence, at least narratives, so they could justify broader fake electors' efforts. Yeah, Bella of the Shire. Yes, she's of the Shire. Your daughter has 2 Staffordshire Terriers. Yes. I think they're great dogs. They're wonderful dogs, in my opinion. Ultimately, Arthur Frost became the bridge that handled its files and targets directly to Special Counsel Jack Smith, ensuring that the law firm that began with Crossfire, Steele, Mueller, Crimson River, Red Masari rolled in seamlessly into 2023 and beyond. Unlike Bed Bath & Beyond, that's closing in California. Target Navarro. In early 2022, Democrat-controlled January 6th committee subpoenaed me. I refused their witch hunt, citing executive privilege, not as a tactic, but because it's long been the Department of Justice's settled policy that senior White House advisors to the president have absolute testimonial immunity from compelled congressional testimony about their official duties. This protection exists to preserve what the Supreme Court calls candor and confidentiality in presidential communications. This is the very essence of George Washington's doctrine of executive privilege, first asserted in 1796 to protect sensitive deliberations from legislative intrusion. Yes, I think they're sweet dogs, generally speaking. But in my case, a partisan and weaponized Biden DOJ turned its own policy on its head and indicted me anyway. I was Gardenia's huckleberry, and he went after me like a jackal, discarding over 2 centuries of constitutional separation of powers protection to score a political hit. On May 19, 2022, at 4:50 p.m., Gardenia emailed a group of FBI agents with the news: DOJ wants to indict me within 2 weeks. His email read like a military op order. Find my location, get my phone and iCloud data. Plan the knock and talk interview. Time, the arrest. Every detail accounted for. It's all right there. We'd like to charge him in 2 weeks. However, here's what we need to accomplish. Locate him, get a subpoena, do this. The plan was live. Indictment on June 2nd. Arrest June 3rd. Media's attention is anticipated. They weren't just planning arrest, they were scripting a perp walk media circus. Internal FBI emails later released by Garcia show that after Walter Gardenia updated everyone on DOJ's indictment plan, Assistant Special Agent in Charge Timothy Tebow went, "Wow, great!" A revealing glimpse of the partisan enthusiasm behind the operation. Oh. Appreciate your dependability and content. Well, KJAB, thank you very much. I'm doing my best to try and become a go-to person every night. It's hard to do every night, but I'm trying to do at least 5 nights a week. At least 5 nights a week. All right. Really, really trying. River Rose said 2 of the best dogs I ever had were Staffordshire Terrier and a Chow. Very both protective of family. Yes, they can be. They can be. Timothy Tebow. I think he's another guy that needs to go down. No. FBI Public Affairs Officer Samantha Shadow was included in the planning discussions about the media handling for my arrest, according to internal FBI emails released by Grassley. These emails showed the FBI anticipated media coverage and coordinated its public narrative in advance. Stories would be already being written before I was anywhere near a camera and could say a single word in my defense. Here's the FBI email chain stuff talking about it. At June 3rd, 2022, Reagan National Airport, I was boarding a flight to Nashville for a TV appearance on the Mike Huckabee show when the FBI show began. In the gangway. It's in the gangway. Gardenia and 4 armed FBI agents surrounded me and my fiance. They slapped on handcuffs, huffed me off the jetway, and denied me a phone call to my lawyer. Yes, they did. See, people, they hired a television producer to choreograph the January 6th trials. Yes, they did. And that's why I think Biden had pardoned all the people involved in the January 6th stuff, because they broke a bunch of laws and they would have been probably getting up for Jesus out of them if they would have not done it. Here's what the public didn't know and what Gardenia should have never been forgiven for. My fiance who was traveling with me was perp walked out of the terminal in full view of bystanders and cameras. My sweet Pixie wasn't a target, a suspect, or even a witness. She was just more Gardenia collateral damage. Even the Obama-appointed judge in my case, Amit Mehta, no friend of mine at the trial, couldn't believe my circus arrest. And at July 22nd hearing, 2022 hearing, he said he was surprised and curious why I wasn't allowed to self-surrender, the standard in non-violent white-collar cases. The translation, there was no operational reason for the airport ambush, only political theater. This wasn't law enforcement, it was lawfare and information warfare. Well, they might be negated by the auto pen, but I don't know. We'll have to see. If they're not held accountable, they'll do it again. Like a Forrest Gump from Hades, Gardenia seems to pop up everywhere there was federal lawfare efforts to take down Donald Trump and his associates. From the Steele dossier to the Mueller probe to Crimson River, Red Massari, to the Mountainlands Clause caper, Arctic Frost, the Navarro indictment, arrest, and conviction. Gardenia was there. That's why firing is not good enough. That's why Gardenia, along with a long list of alleged lawfare perpetrators, must be investigated. And if any of these investigations find any wrongdoing whatsoever, lawfare insurrectionists must be held accountable. Because if they're not, they will do it again. That's a real meaning behind my book. The new title is, I Went to Prison So You Don't Have to. I'm your wake-up call. So you want to just head out to Barnes & Nobles or Amazon and pick up a copy for yourself. They're only $19.95 on sale today, and you can get a signed copy. By shining a bright light on bad actors like Gardenia, the purpose of my new book is to rally the American people to demand justice and put an end to the Democrats' lawfare once and for all. So please buy I Went to Prison So You Don't. Holy shit, man. How many times is he going to talk about his book? Because, yes, it's worth repeating. Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. Buy my book. All right. So, that's some interesting stuff, right? So, on to the next story. In the interest of transparency, the Justice Department is releasing the complete transcript and audio of my proffer of Miss Maxwell. The transcript and audio are linked below. Wow. Wow, 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 bum, 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 bow, bum, 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 bum. The audio is divided into segments to reflect breaks during the interview. Some segments are shorter than others. Shorter segments are a result of audio tests and size limitations per recorded sessions. Except for the names of the victims, every word is included. Nothing's removed. Nothing hidden. Those with severe TDS will need to seek psychiatric help again today. Maxwell on the Trump and DOJ transcript never saw Trump in any appropriate setting. Whoa. Maxwell provided several accounts and perspectives regarding Donald Trump during her proffer interview, outlining his connection to her family, her personal interactions with him, his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and her opinion on how he's been portrayed in the public narrative. Maxwell believes she first met Donald in the 90s through her father, Robert Maxwell. This was when she was in New York helping her father with advertising issues at the New York Daily News. Her father, a significant businessman and politician, liked him very much and really liked his wife, Ivana, as well, because we were both Czechoslovakian. Maxwell clarified that this potential meeting occurred before I met Mr. Epstein. Oh. It's the grift. Buy my book. Speaking of grift, we've been going for 2 hours and 15 minutes. And we have Bellavision has been activated for 20 minutes now. And we still have 21 minutes and 11 seconds to finish the goal for the 4th hour. But actually, we have a little longer because we need $25 to finish the next goal. But we got more than 21 minutes actually. Yeah, we got time. Maxwell described her personal interaction with Donald Trump as consistently positive. She stated that President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me. She also expressed admiration for his political achievements, remarking, I admire his extraordinary achievements in becoming the president now, and I like him. I've always liked him. Her last in-person sighting of President Trump was sometime in the beginning to mid-2000s maybe, and she recalled it was only a social setting. Can we get Prince Andrew on the line? The Mossad, MI6 plus CIA. Maxwell did not have firsthand knowledge of how Trump and Epstein initially met or became friends. She noted that she clearly saw them together, observed them together, describing their interactions as friendly. However, she stated that she only ever saw them in social settings and did not recall any private encounters between them. Maxwell also visited Mar-a-Lago, Trump's property in Palm Beach, mostly alone for events. Perhaps once or twice she believed Epstein did visit Mar-a-Lago, sometimes going alone, possibly to the spa, but she was not always with him. I'm always going to say nice things in my sentence when we communicate. Yeah. Maxwell unequivocally denied ever observing Donald Trump receive a massage. She also absolutely never heard Jeffrey Epstein or anyone else suggest that Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in your world. When asked if masseuses from Mar-a-Lago Spa gave private massages to Epstein, Maxwell said she did not recall. Although she acknowledged it was possible, she explicitly denied ever recruiting a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago for Epstein. Maxwell further emphasized that Trump was never inappropriate with anybody at the time she was with him, acting as a gentleman in all respects. She stated she never felt anything, icky or observed any blackmailing behavior from Epstein related to clients or friends, which would include Trump. So what she got? She ain't got nothing? She ain't got nothing to give over? She got nothing? She had nothing on it. Maxwell confirmed that she compiled a birthday book for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, a tradition inspired by her mother. Epstein himself organized many contributions, and Maxwell coordinated the process, inviting people to say anything you want on a piece of paper. However, she did not recall Donald Trump submitting a letter or card for this book. In her discovery documents for the New York case, she found nothing from President Trump among the portions of the book she could access. She also did not recall any reference to a naked woman in such a letter, as had been suggested in a press article. So what do you know? So they lied about that, huh? That was all a bunch of horse cocky. Maxwell indicated she was unable to access 35% of the 5 million documents in her discovery, suggesting it was by design. Maxwell expressed a strong belief that President Trump was swept into some of this Epstein scandal unnecessarily. She stated, I do believe that there is animus in some areas that may have contributed to how the use of the president to harm him that I find deeply offensive. She viewed the public narrative surrounding Epstein as having mushroomed into a Salem's witch trial, grouping figures like Trump and the Clintons together in a bananas and sensationalized way that might not reflect the reality of Epstein's lifestyle. Well, what about Bill Clinton? Bill Clinton was on video there's a picture of Bill Clinton getting a massage from one of these underage girls. Nothing wrong with a massage in HE. Is there an AD to go after that HE, J.T. Thomas? Quick search of the documents result in 43 instances of Bill's name. Well, Epstein was a friend of Bill's. She maintained that while some of Epstein's actions were real, the story that's been created that started back in 2008, 2009 often aimed to attack prominent figures. Apple Lamp says, interesting. Maxwell unequivocally denied that Clinton was a client of Epstein's. However, she played a very central role in the ramp up and startup of the Clinton Global Initiative. That's right. That's all this comes out is that for some reason, Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they were very instrumental in starting the Clinton Global Initiative, CGI. And they also had a lot of funding things and stuff going on with that. They also played a lot of participation roles and stuff. And so what's going on with the Clinton Global Initiative? How much Haiti money did Epstein steal? She suggested that Epstein may have helped them by potentially donating money to the CGI, possibly independently of her. Maxwell met Hillary Clinton, likely on a flight between Nantucket or Martha's Vineyard in New York, and subsequently visited Clinton's house in Chappaqua a few times as a friend. She denied any memory of President Clinton visiting Epstein's properties, including the island, New Mexico, Palm Beach, or New York, reasoning that he wouldn't even be able to carry all his Secret Service with him to her London flat. Well, we know that this is like a lie that's like a circle lie, because we know for a fact that Clinton was on Epstein's plane doing places with no Secret Service protection. There was a problem. Like he was sending people away. She also stated that Epstein had no business dealings or visit associated with Hillary Clinton. No, why would Epstein have business with Hillary? I mean, if Hillary's a rug muncher, she was doing that with Uma Abedin. She wouldn't be doing that with the underage girls. Mount Ratemore. Oh, yeah, what do you know? Release the Epstein file, bro. Well, what do you know? Oh. How come no Joe Biden on there? Number of arrests. Well, we need some arrests. Todd Blanche interview with Ghislaine Maxwell just released. Maxwell said the notion that he blackmailed people, she doesn't believe it to be true. She said even if he did, the FBI back then wouldn't have taken it seriously, but maybe now. What? Wait a minute. What? So the notion that he blackmailed people, she doesn't believe it to be true. But says even if he did, the FBI back then wouldn't have taken it seriously, but maybe now. What? I built those houses, decorated those houses, and hired the electricians for wiring. I never saw any surveillance where it would be inappropriate. Oh. The same Maxwell said she never saw surveillance anywhere in any of the homes, be it in New York City, West Palm, the Branch, the Island, spaceship, the submarine. And only one instance where there were internal cameras where she believes somebody was stealing money from his briefcase. She also says she never heard anyone accuse Epstein of either blackmail or extorting them. Well, we have those coming from other places from before all this started, when he was doing the trading and stuff. How did he get these people's monies? Clinton in the blue dress, definitely. There was no man or clients of these victims or girls in the photos she saw.
This notion that he blackmailed men, we don't really have to go there, that he wasn't a businessman and that everything he did was a fraud or a funk, I don't believe that to be true.
Why?
Sorry?
Why do you, so you say you don't believe it to be true, but show me why you think that. Just from, I know you've been talking about it, that he was very conscientious, he was very good at math, he paid a lot of attention to his clients, but yes, you're right, there's allegations of blackmail, or also that there was some level of fraud involved in what he did, and you don't believe it. Why do you say that?
Well, let me rephrase that. If there was fraud, I never saw it. What I saw, or what I felt, I ran that office. I mean, I was responsible for the staff. People worked. There were lawyers. There were accountants. I never heard him. I never felt anything. I don't know.
She keeps changing.
Did you ever see him?
She keeps stopping herself and then recorrecting and then changing to I never felt. I never heard. Wait, I can't say that. I never saw. I can't say that. I never felt, because what's going on is this is a proffer. It's called Queen for a Day. And if she lies in it, they can use anything she says against her. But if she couches things like the way she's doing it, she could have arguments against them being able to use stuff against her. But I don't see what this interview is supposed to do. If she can't tell me or tell not me, but by me, I'm saying us in general, that this person was on the island, this person did this person did that. I mean, she got convicted of human trafficking. So did Jeffrey Epstein, was a human trafficker. Who were they trafficking these women to? They had to have been trafficking these girls to someone. They don't traffic them to no one, because that would be like not a business. That would just be, I don't know.
Blackmail a client. Did you ever see him blackmail a friend or an acquaintance?
No.
Okay. Well, so I think when folks talk about blackmail, and we can talk about, we can talk about that now. There are a lot of allegations about him, which we should talk about, and we can do that now. And the fact that he abused young women.
Yes.
Full stop. Okay. Which means the way that I'm defining abuse, as has been widely reported, is that he would cause young women in high school to be recruited to come to his house and give them massages, and as part of that, he would sexually abuse them. Okay. Yes. So I want to talk about that. But as it relates to blackmail, the question is whether you're aware of any time that any of the individuals we're talking about, and we'll talk about others, receive massages from women who were under 18 or may have been under 18, and that whether there was any sexual assaults or sexual contact between any of these people and those masseuses, which would have allowed then Mr. Epstein potentially to blackmail them and say, you have to continue to work with me, or you have to give me money, or else I'm going to tell the world that you did this.
Right. I think this is a really good place to start with how this story began. So let's assume that premise is correct, that he was doing that and he was going to tell everybody. Going to say, oh, you had inappropriate relations with an underage girl. If you don't have video or photographic evidence, I'm not sure that even the FBI would take that, well, maybe today, but certainly not back then, would take that seriously. So you have to have something to say, hey, look, I've got this video of you doing terrible things and you need to. So I built those houses, many of them. I decorated those houses. I put the electricians in for the wiring. I never wired nor saw a single house that had any type of inappropriate, let's say, video surveillance. And I'll define that for you. Inappropriate surveillance would mean in a bathroom, in a bedroom, in any private area of a home.
In a room where there were massages given.
Inappropriate. I would say I would define appropriate.
Inappropriate.
Surveillance to be the front door of a house, or potentially, as in 71st Street, the physical plant. Anywhere else would be grotesque.
So I just want to come back to, I know I'm just hopefully saying the obvious, but when you say the houses, you're talking about his New York brownstone.
Yes.
You're talking about the island in the Caribbean.
Yes.
You're talking about the residence in Palm Beach.
Yes.
And you're talking about the ranch in New Mexico.
Yes.
Anywhere else?
Paris.
And in Paris. And so.
And the plane. I saw some ridiculous thing with the plane that was not mine doing. Yes. I didn't hire any electrician on the plane.
So unequivocally, from what you know, and you only know what you know.
I only know what I know.
But from what you know, you do not believe a camera exists, or a video camera, or a camera that takes pictures inside any of his residences.
I'm starting to think that this is a cover-up, that this interview is a cover-up. That's my opinion, because he's like feeding her answers almost.
So even the appropriate cameras that you just talked about, which would be kind of exterior security cameras, did you know whether there was any cameras that you're aware of inside any of the locations?
Never, with one exception.
Okay, what's the exception?
The exception is Palm Beach.
Okay.
And the reason, so in Palm Beach, Epstein was having money stolen. He noticed money was being stolen from his briefcase, call it his briefcase. And he called in the Palm Beach police, and the Palm Beach police, installed cameras on where he kept his briefcase.
Where was that? Do you remember?
At his desk. So the house.
Doesn't make any sense. First of all, that doesn't make any sense that the Palm Beach police came and installed cameras. That doesn't make any sense.
On the ground floor was, he had a desk sort of in a corner. There was that camera. I think there was another camera. I think there were 2 or maybe 3 cameras. I believe only on the ground floor, wherever he may have had, maybe he had another office in the cabana, and maybe a camera there.
When was this? I'm not looking for an exact date, but what time period are you thinking about when you say
2003. I think I can date it for you precisely, actually. 2003, I'm pretty firm on that date. And I can be firm because John Alessi, the butler, was fired in the end of 2002, and he was the thief.
So aside from law enforcement installing a camera to try to catch somebody stealing money from Mr. Epstein, you're not aware of any cameras at the island? No. Sorry, just so we record it. No. No, that's okay. You were nodding your head no. So what about...
No cameras anywhere outside of possibly things that I would consider normal. So the garage gate, something like that, a front door.
Outside, like security cameras.
And there were cameras inside in the 71st Street that did the physical plant, because it was a commercial building. So you had that's a real thing, that's a commercial building. And there was one camera on the front door, internal that did the front door, as I recall. But there were no other cameras inside the house.
Did you ever, how about photographs? Did you ever observe Mr. Epstein or anybody around him take pictures of anybody in compromising positions with women or with anybody?
No.
Did you ever hear, when you were present for conversations that Mr. Epstein was having or others were having, anybody accuse him of blackmailing them or of trying to extort them because of something Mr. Epstein knew?
No.
There have been, and you in the discovery you got in the New York case, okay?
Yes.
And in the civil cases that you've been part of associated with Mr. Epstein, have you ever been given or ever been told that video exists, like what we're talking about, or photos were taken that were compromising?
So in both of those, I received no pictures or anything from the civil case. But in the criminal case, I received videos of Epstein talking to women and stuff like that. I did get those. I also saw binders of photographs of women intertona. I never saw any. Well, I don't know how old some of these women were. There were definitely some of the victims from Palm Beach. The photographs of them in
In those photographs, were the victims that were photographed, were there any of the people you?
All right. Well, I'm going to move on from this. All right. Diddy was never invited. I'm going to move on from this because there's a whole bunch, but I'm going to put in the chat. I'm going to jump to this. I'm going to show you. I'm going to put the link to this page in the chat. If anyone wants it, they can go to it on their own. And here's all the redacted transcripts and all the audio recordings for all these days of audio recordings. I mean, I'm not going to go through it all. I'm just going to put this in the chat. If anybody wants to go there and pull it up for themselves, they can feel free, and at their leisure, they can get it and do what they want with it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I can pull up a couple transcripts, but like, what's this day one redacted transcript? Yeah, I'm not gonna go through all the stuff. It's we're just gonna jump. What did I do? Oh, huh? How did that happen? Okay, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Oh, yeah, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, it depends on what the definition of is, definitely. Mm-hmm. No cameras, yeah. Yeah, completely credible. I don't think she's credible. So it is what it is. Yeah, so this was that page, which has all the stuff. If anyone FBI is on to you, Jim, yeah, close it out. But so there's all the transcripts and audio recordings and stuff. I don't know. I put it in there on the chat. If anyone wants it, we're gonna keep moving on. We've got a bunch of other stories I want to cover today. Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell says she never saw Trump in any inappropriate setting in an interview. She mentioned Bill Clinton a lot, didn't she? I think she also said she never saw Clinton do anything, but I don't know. Who wants a pardon says she never. Ghislaine, this is how they frame it. Ghislaine Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Donald Trump in any inappropriate setting. Then here we go. Oh, effing hell, it started. Look at redacted. Mm-hmm. Jeffrey Epstein associate Ghislaine Maxwell told the DOJ that President Trump was a gentleman in all respects, that she never saw him do anything inappropriate. Now, she's definitely afraid. I think she had a thing with Bill Clinton. The fix was all it was back in the 2008 Florida cases, probably. This person says, former Attorney General Bill Barr testified under oath before the House Oversight Committee that he did not see any evidence linking President Trump to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Barr stated he had no knowledge of a so-called Epstein client list and believed if any incriminating evidence against Trump existed, the Biden administration, Department of Justice would have likely leaked it. She doesn't believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Neither do I. He did not see, because maybe he did not look. 28 women. I mean, yeah. Okay, whatever. Justice Department releases the transcripts of the interviews of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend. Epstein's former girlfriend told the Department of Justice she did not see any Trump acting in any inappropriate way. Yeah, Bill Barr also said the 2020 election was square too. We already know that he was burying the evidence of the crimes in 2020. Jeffrey Epstein's in prison, former girlfriend repeatedly denied to the Justice Department witnessing any sexual inappropriate interaction with Donald Trump. They issued transcripts. So we got transcripts. If you were her, would you start naming names? I would. If I was her and if I knew something, yeah, I definitely would. No, same thing in political. She wants a pardon. Says she never saw Trump in an appropriate setting. Axios, same thing. Never saw Trump in an appropriate setting. Epstein Associates said she's not aware of any improper activity by Trump in an interview with the deputy AG. All right, on to the next story. He was coming right after me. Leaked call. Washington Post reaches out to Trump pageant girl in an attempt to expose President Trump. Pageant girl contacts O'Keefe record and records bureau chief admitting if all we had was people saying Trump was a gentleman, we wouldn't do that story. Let's see what we got here. We got a recording here, a secret James O'Keefe recording.
If all we had was a bunch of people saying that Trump was a gentleman and he was very nice and, you know, everybody with respect, like, I don't think we would do that story. We just wouldn't do a story. It's definitely not a fluff piece. And mostly it's been anonymous, where we're not sort of at the point of putting people's names on things.
So I got a message the other day from an American Dream Calendar Girl pageant winner from the 1990s. Now, she had gotten a message from a Washington Post reporter named Matt Visor, who was contacting her, trying to get dirt, trying to get information on the relationship between Epstein and Trump. Now, Washington Post Visor alleges in his email to this pageant winner that he wanted to hear from her experiences with President Trump during her time as a pageant girl. Now, she reached out to me wondering what she could do to expose this Washington Post reporter, so she called this Washington Post reporter and recorded the phone call.
Thanks for getting back to me. Yeah, I know it's kind of random and out of the blue, but we've been trying to revisit that period when Trump was involved with the competition. We'd heard a little bit about Jeffrey Epstein being around at some competitions or parties and stuff like that, and have just been trying to talk to as many people as we could, particularly since it was a long time ago.
And in this phone call, Washington Post reporter Matt Visor says that they won't publish anything if they hear from former pageant girls that Trump treated them well during the pageant, saying flat out, if all we had was people saying Trump was a gentleman, we wouldn't do the story. It's definitely not a fluff piece.
If all we had was a bunch of people saying that Trump was a gentleman and he was very nice and, you know, everybody with respect, like, I don't think we would do that story. We just wouldn't do a story. So, I mean, I think we're approaching it in the sense that if we can find out something new that was happening, that Trump was doing back then, you know, that we can kind of expose to people, I think that's where we're headed. And if we can't get that, then I don't know that we have a story. But it's definitely not a fluff piece of, like, I don't know, like Trump the businessman or Trump the, you know, the guy who was nice to everybody. That's sort of not where we're heading.
Now, Matt Visor also says in this phone call with the pageant winner, the secretly recorded phone call, that the upcoming Washington Post article on the Trump-Epstein relationship is mostly built on anonymous sources.
So we've talked to a number of people. I don't think we're yet like in a position to say like here's the headline off of this, because we're still kind of in the mode of trying to hear from people. You know, a lot of those have been mostly it's been anonymous, where we're not sort of at the point of putting people's names on things. At the point in the story phase where it's like, okay, here's what the story's going to say. We need to go back to everybody and figure out like what they're comfortable with.
We think it's great that people the Washington Post are trying to recruit are coming to us and recording the calls. Not going to tell you what year this pageant winner is from. I'm sure Matt Visor at the Washington Post is not very happy.
Wow. American Independence Gold, free gold with qualifying purchase. O'Keefe, whatever that is, I don't know. Washington Post reporter reaches out to Trump pageant girl in attempt to expose President Trump. Pageant girl contacts O'Keefe and records the bureau chief. What are we eating? That's a piece of candy. It's this candy I found. It's called lemon fizzy candy, Brioski. It's very good. Not really eating. It's just a hard candy. It's like fizzy and sour. Trump, the businessman, or Trump, the guy who was nice to everybody in the sort of not where we're heading. Okay, so we read this. So yeah, so they were trying to just dig up dirt, and they couldn't get any on Trump. We know about all that, right? Yeah, they want anyone that could say Trump assaulted them, but all they could find was the crazy lady. On to the next story. Tariffs will lower deficits by $4 trillion over a decade, the CBO says. That's some good money, $4 trillion. The Trump administration tariffs will lower deficits by a combined $4 trillion over the next decade, the Congressional Budget Office said on Friday. This is a substantial increase from the last projection in June. Yeah, remember when they said, it's not going to do anything? And now they're saying $4 trillion, so it's probably a lot more than that. Why it matters, tariffs are quickly becoming part of the country's economic reality, making them harder to get rid of by the day. CBO Director Philip Swagel, in a blog post, said tariff revenue would reduce primary deficits by $3.3 trillion and cut the need for interest payments on borrowing by $700 billion for a total of $4 trillion reduction by 2035. Oh, yeah. It says, unfortunately, the deficit will increase by $20 trillion over a decade. Well, we shouldn't have any deficit whatsoever. We take in almost $5 trillion in tax revenue or something like that. That should be enough. Tariffs have generated so much revenue so quickly that even skeptics concede it may now be hard to move away from them without finding another source of income. Although there are many legitimate concerns over the tariff, including their impact on the economy and the level of uncertainty they're creating, policymakers should not repeal them without an adequate replacement for the revenue loss, wrote the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget earlier this month. Yes, but despite the revised forecast, the CBO didn't project entirely positive effects from the trade war. We estimate that changes in tariffs, both by the United States and its trading partners, will reduce the size of the U.S. economy. Will it though? That reduction in output reflects both negative and positive effects. The negative effects are of higher tariffs through channels such as reduced investment and productivity, and the positive effects of additional revenues from tariffs on U.S. imports, which would reduce federal borrowing and increase funds available to the private investment. Yes, I do know that, and it's ridiculous. That's why, that's all on Congress. The Trump administration continues to find new forms of revenue, the latest being a 50% fee on chip sales to China for NVIDIA and AMD. The new income could have big implications for the bond market. The billions of dollars of revenue from the tariffs and the companies paying the administration to do the business would allow for less treasury issuance, which would be bullish for the longer end of the yield curve. Yeah, I got that. In a stunning blow to the experts, Canada is removing retaliatory tariffs on the United States. President Trump won. I would say we won. Winning, the tariff men. Winning, winning, winning. He's just good at this. It's a fact. Never bet against Trump. Look at him. Man. That's crazy. Look at him. He's got the bling on, the Rolex, the Presidente. Johnson sounded sensitive. Canada just dropped its retaliatory tariffs on the United States. We always held all the cards. Carney was all talk. kosher. Links are kosher. Trump with the rolls. That's right. Links are always culture saglant. We might get tired of winning. Hey, there's 80 people watching right now on YouTube. Please hit the like if you haven't already, and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. Let's see where we're at here. We're at well, we haven't picked up any new subscribers tonight. We're still at 1325. We're still at 1325, so we haven't moved since last night. So a couple more subs would be nice. We'd get some more subs would be great. So yeah. Thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm on it. Let's see where we're at on likes. Oh. Oh, okay. We got 82 watching right now and 92 likes. So we're good in the like department. We have more likes than people watching, so that means that some people liked that aren't still watching anymore. So that's good. Okay. I will say that we've been going for 2 hours and 50 minutes right now. And it's up to you guys. Not trying to push anybody. I'm not trying to be like a begging monster here shaking the cup or anything like that. But if we get the additional $25 in the next 10, 15, 20 minutes, I'll continue for another hour. Otherwise, I'm going to probably land the plane in a little bit. So Canada drops most U.S. tariffs and looks for a deal. Canada is dropping many of its 25% tariffs on goods made in the United States, with the change set to take effect on September 1st, Prime Minister Mark Carney said on Friday. Tariffs on vehicles, steel, and aluminum will remain. Well, there you go. I guess that means we're going to go for an hour because Brian Oldenkamp just came over the top and smacked down a $60 donation of 10 gifted memberships. So that means the $25 plus, let's see, what is that, 50? Yeah, so that means we are actually only $15 from adding another hour now, right? Yes. We had 25 and then he brought in 60. So that means that that's so 35 towards the next $35 towards the next goal right there, just like that, how he does it. And let's see, he gave K-Jab, welcome to the members, Sea Souder, Sweet Tooth, Kyle Reese, Just Dawn, Soulless Ginger, Molly Brown, Boo-Hoo, Tater Salad, and William Wellborn, and Digital Saints of the Soundwave Underground. All of you became members and started to pay attention now. You're going to start to notice things. You're going to be one of the noticers. You're going to notice things. You're going to notice things, see stuff. So yes, that is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. So I'll change this goal since we'll start another goal, and we're going to go the same thing. We're going to go 10. Actually, we're going to do it this what's easier. $5 super chats. And we'll just go for another hour, and we'll say that we are. Where are we at? We are $15 away from a fifth hour. Okay. So President Trump in July initially imposed a 35% tariff on Canadian goods. Let's make Jim go marathon. I'm on Epstein's list now. Well, Mark, to tell you the truth, I said that when I get to 5,000 subs, I think I would do a 24-hour stream. I think. So, yes, thank you, Brian, very, very much. Brian's been like single-handedly membering up people on here like crazy. I think it's probably, if I'm not mistaken, I think this is like 40 or 50 memberships he's gifted in the past month. He's taking it to town. Yeah, 24 hours. Yeah, when I hit 5,000 subs, I will go 24 hours. Hey, we're up to 90 people watching now, so hit the like, subscribe. That'd be great. Live updates. The two countries have attempted to negotiate a deal, but so far they've failed to reach an agreement before the U.S. imposed deadline of August 1st. The White House official told Fox NBC News that Carney's announcement was well overdue. We look forward to continuing our discussions with Canada on the administration's trade and national security concerns. Carney said Canadians are around 85% of goods being traded with the United States, and tariffs are still free. Are still tariff-free as they're subject to U.S. Mexico-Canada Free Trade Agreement, which signed during the first Trump administration. The Prime Minister said he still hoped to reach some kind of agreement with Trump on the tariffs. As we work to address the outstanding trade issues, support, we do everything we can to preserve this unique advantage for Canadian workers. A round of tariffs of various levels imposed by Trump on several countries took effect earlier this month. On Thursday, the United States and the European Union announced the framework of a trade deal that result in a blanket 15% tariff on EU goods. Trump is restructuring. Wow, we went from 90 now down to 80. What's going on here? This is coming from Canada now. We got to Canada, CBC, Canadian broadcast, whatever it is. Canada removing retaliatory tariffs on CUSMA compliant goods. Canada will remove all tariffs on goods from the United States that are covered by the Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement. The Prime Minister said Canada will maintain its tariffs on steel, aluminum, and autos as the Liberal government worked with the U.S. to craft a new trade relationship between the two countries. Carney said that despite the ongoing trade war, there we go. If you want to break Canada, DJT needs to offer the option to Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Nunavut, New West, and Yukon territories to become U.S. territories. Well, that's awesome, Spuds. Thank you. And right now we are $10 away from adding a fifth hour. Right now we are at 4 hours. We are $10 away from a fifth hour. I thought the Frisbee was getting larger. That's when it hit me. As we work to address the outstanding trade issues with the U.S., it's important that we do everything we can to preserve the unique advantage for Canadian workers. The Trump administration said the change was in response to fentanyl trafficking and Canada's decision earlier this year to back with counter tariffs. First nation-building projects to be announced soon. Carney references conversation with Trump on Thursday, saying he got assurances from the U.S. president that by removing tariffs on U.S. import compliant CUSMA discussions with the two countries will intensify. Those discussions, Carney said, will happen alongside efforts to prepare for the. Oh, there we go. Doxy Mom says I'm late, but here's $10, and with that, we are now at 5 hours. I will correct the goal right now. That way, everyone knows, and then I can run that actually for 2 hours because that's where we're at. So let me do this. Thank you very much, Doxy Mom, and I will stop this goal and do this. We're going to end the goal, remove goal, remove, and now we will re-add the goal. Okay, we have a fifth hour, and now we're going to go for a sixth hour. So we are now going for a 6 hour. That was bad. No, I should have put that at 2 hours. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I should have did it 2 hours, I guess. Let me fix it. I'll end it. I'll remove the goal. Move the goal. I'll re-add it. It should have been 2 hours. Start another goal. Make it 2 hours because we got 2 hours. We're now going for a 6th hour. Okay, that's better. I feel better now. Okay, so we have 5 hours. Stop to seek an Indian driver's permit in the U.S. Yes, definitely. All right. Mm-hmm. Well, thank you very much, Daxi Mom. So now, yep. So as of right now, we have 2 more hours to go of the show. We'll be going until at least 3 a.m. Maybe more. We'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. We have to get the conversation into the most coherent posture possible. Prime Minister says. Carney also says government will focus on strengthening the Canadian economy by expanding trade with other countries, doubling the pace of home building, and making investments in national defense. Earlier this year, Carney's government saw the passage of legislation that would streamline approvals for nation-building projects such as highways, railways, ports, airports, pipelines, critical minerals, mines, nuclear facilities, and electrical transmission projects. The Canadian government will soon select the first in a series of new nation-building projects that will connect and transform our economy. Well, that's just great. That's just great. That's just great. All right. Before we get to this, I want to do this. YouTube. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're gonna.
Good morning, folks. Welcome, observers. Today we're looking at sunspots, coronal holes, a big earthquake that happened last night, and 2 excellent studies on magnetic pole shifts, one on cooling and another on extinctions. But we're starting, as always, with the last 24 hours on our star, and we find there were more eruptive events around the limbs and on the far side. But the Earth-facing half of the sun did remain pretty quiet. Dark coronal hole turning through central longitudes. Space weather remains pretty quiet at Earth as the solar wind calms, so let's peek in on the sunspots, where one big umbral core on the left is pretty much all we've got, lumbering along, pretty much by itself. We would need to see significant development if these are going to flare in a big way, but thinking about the far side eruptions the last 2 days, helioseismically, those black regions within the yellow field are far side sunspots, and they're big ones, likely where those eruptions released. They'll be turning in to face Earth next week. Quick look at the coronal hole directly facing Earth today. Its solar wind will largely sail north of us, but we are likely to get clipped by the enhanced stream of solar wind on Monday. Minor geomagnetic storm conditions are expected. So let's go next to seismicity, where a 7.5 rocked the Drake Passage at the southern point of South America near Antarctica.
What's up, Urban
It
7?
initially
Yep,
rang in
I love Ben
8.0,
Davidson.
but was downgraded.
I'm a huge fan of Ben
Luckily,
Davidson.
It was well out to sea and too small to create a tsunami of any relevance. Excellent paper up next, highlighting the signs that major cooling events follow magnetic pole shifts. This tracks with what observers expect in the next few decades as the current magnetic pole shift unfolds and the temperature swings the other direction from the last 200 years. Even more relevant, this study ties the 5 great extinctions to magnetic pole shifts and further to the correlation between magnetic pole shifts and atmospheric oxygen levels. The study also noted that it's not whether the field is baseline high power or low, it's all about the inflection points of changing field strength. The bigger the change, the bigger the impact on Earth's environment and the creatures living within it. Folks, the next Pole Shift conference is tomorrow. Observer meetup next week, and trust me, if you've never been around other observers, you really can't know what you're missing. Conference and Founders Day next month.
Yeah, he's got a lot of good stuff. He's got a lot of good videos to watch. If you guys don't know, Space Weather News, Space Weatherman, I watch him every morning because it actually, it keeps you informed. You never know. We're going to get hit eventually by a bad solar flare or something. Something's going to happen, so you need to be aware. So now on to the next story. Keep it moving. Keep moving. Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia, he's a wrongly deported man. He wasn't wrongly deported. Yeah, the magnetic pole shift does change the climate, definitely. Held for months in the U.S. after being returned from El Salvador has been released. Wow. They're gonna release the MS-13 gang member, the human trafficker. What do you know? And then we got Secretary Noam says activist liberal judges have attempted to obstruct our law enforcement every step of the way in removing the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens from our country. Today we reached a new low with this publicity-hungry Maryland judge mandating this illegal alien who is an MS-13 gang member, human trafficker, serial domestic abuser, and child predator be allowed free. By ordering this monster loose on America's streets, this judge has shown a complete disregard for the safety of the American people. We will not stop fighting until this Salvadoran man faces justice and is out of our country. Activist judges prioritizing loopholes over law and order are why criminals like Abrego Garcia slip through. The Lake and Riley Act, Section 2, mandates detention for violent offenders, yet here we are. ICE exists to remove threats, not coddle them. MS-13 linked predator with a historic history of domestic abuse and smuggling charges shouldn't be roaming free. Judicial overreach endangers citizens and undermines border security. Holy crap, did we just lose a whole bunch of people? Did somebody just go live? What is going on here? What is happening? What is happening? Dixon. I don't see nobody live. Real quick. Hey, we added a sub. That's cool. Nice. We're up to 1326. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. Okay. Here we go. Yep. This MS-13 linked predator with a history of domestic abuse and smuggling charges shouldn't be roaming free. Judicial overreach endangers citizens and undermines border security. Deportation isn't optional, it's non-negotiable. Every day this gang member stays is a failure to enforce the laws that protect American families. That's right, man. That's what I say. Associated Press says Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been freed from a Tennessee jail so he can rejoin his family in Maryland while awaiting trial. Well, yeah. Since Kilmar released to Maryland's absolute failure, they shouldn't have never flown it back. They could have had his hearing by, I don't know, the internet. This is what happens when you listen to leftists. Big mistake flying him back. Yes, I agree. The judge said ICE can't pick him up for 72 hours. The judge does not know where a gang member can run in that time. It's never heard a judge doing this. Well, it's not really. The judge can order that, but the technically, well, we're gonna keep reading. There's other stuff. There's other stuff going on. So he'll most likely be taken into custody. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been released from criminal custody in Tennessee. Is on his way to Maryland, an attorney told ABC News. It could be released from criminal custody today, as early as today, Tennessee. And then this lady says, he will most likely be taken into custody. Pam bested her. Yeah. No. Additionally, should Abrego Garcia be taken into ICE custody following his return to Maryland, the United States specifically, but without limitation, ICE authorities, Department of Homeland Security officials, and our Homeland shall ensure that while Abrego Garcia remains in ICE custody, he has access to his attorneys both physically and via telephone to allow Abrego to prepare for his trial in this case. Mm-hmm. This is the guy Democrats want to protect. Yeah, he slapped me 3 times. Audio depicts Jennifer Vasquez Sura, the wife of Abrego Garcia, pleading with the judge for a temporary protection order. Let's hear what she has to say. Oh, it's got music playing to mess with me, so you can. Yeah, there she is. Neither of us were in a good place at the time. My husband was traumatized from the time he spent in ICE detention. We were in the throes of COVID, like many couples. We were caring for our children with barely enough to get by.
Telling me that his dad was sick, his family was in December I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December, but I didn't show up to the court because his family washed my brain telling me that his dad was sick and not to do it. So I didn't do anything. But after that, it was I would call the police.
I think they're planning on sending him to Uganda.
And I kept trying to get to the door basement.
They're going to send him to Uganda.
And then he pushed me.
They just made a deal with Uganda
to take prisoners. When I was able to go outside to get a phone, I called 911 from a disconnected phone. Now they took a long time to get to the house. It was probably 20, 30 minutes. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react. I have pictures of the evidence, all the bruises, because even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
Yeah, it's going to be a shame if what happens in so many of these cases like this, if this guy, if he kills somebody, if he kills her or does something, just I want you to remember that the SHIELD Act pours $100 million into legal services for those facing deportations, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was charged with human smuggling after being deported and returned. Taxpayers shouldn't fund lawyers for individuals accused of trafficking illegals. The bill prioritizes bureaucratic handouts over border security. Garcia's release underscores the insanity. DC burns cash defending lawbreakers while Americans foot the bill. Yes. It has to stop. It has to stop. Bill Malusian says, per DHS and ICE sources this afternoon, DHS notified Kilmar Abrego Garcia's counsel via email that ICE may deport Abrego Garcia to Uganda no earlier than 72 hours from now. And ICE is also ordering him to report to ICE's Baltimore office on Monday. Pursuant to the court order issued in the District Court of Maryland on July 23rd, please let this email service notice that DHS may remove your client, Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, to Uganda no earlier than 72 hours from now, absent weekends. So they're telling him, what's up? You're going to Uganda, baby. And he has to report August 25th at 8 a.m. Ask for any ICE ERO officer. Interview. This letter, along with any identity documents included but not limited to passport, birth certificates, foreign national identity cards, and state driver's license. So they gave him 72 hours. Because that's what the judge said. You can't pick them up for 72 hours, so they're giving them 72 hours to show up. Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Salvadoran legal alien, alleged MS-13 gang member charged with human trafficking, has been released from custody in Tennessee. He will head to Maryland to join his wife, who has repeatedly accused him in court of beating her. ICE is blocked from arresting him due to an order from a federal judge in Maryland. Photo of his release today. Look at the guy. Look at the tattoos on his arm and his hands that say MS-13. Yeah, he's an MS-13 dude. But wait, he said they were starving him. He said he was starving him and they were beating him and all this stuff. He doesn't look starving to me. Paul Zinnis, the crazy wackadoo Biden-appointed judge, has just issued an order that will block ICE from arresting the Maryland man upon his release for his federal human trafficking charges. Zinnes also ordered a 72-hour pause on every effort to deport him to a third-party country without sufficient notice and due process. Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran illegal alien MS-13 gang member and alleged repeated wife beater, is facing federal human smuggling charges in Tennessee, and a judge there is deciding whether to release him pending trial. The government had indicated that it would take him into ICE custody in Tennessee if he was released pending his federal case. Judge Zinnes has now blocked the Trump administration from taking him into ICE custody upon his release. It's not up. His judge is not supposed to have anything to do with this. I don't know. Well, the Supreme Court, for whatever reason, hasn't stepped in because there is an immigration court that this judge is not supposed to have anything to do with, but it's always these lesbians. I don't know why the judge gave him 72 hours. I have no idea. I don't know where she thinks she has that power, but, it is what it is. It says here, right, for reasons stated, plaintiff's emergency motion for relief is granted. Upon his relief from criminal custody, the defendant shall not take him into custody, including but not limited to custody by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The defendant shall restore Garcia to his ICE order of supervision out of the Baltimore field office. Should defendants commence third-party removal proceedings, defendants shall provide written notice to Abrego Garcia and all counsel of record at least 72 hours, excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and federal holidays prior to intended removal. The defendant shall immediately transmit this order and accompanying memorandum to all relevant officers. Yeah, so basically she's just saying, like, nope, this guy gets out of jail free and he can't do nothing to him. Repeat a wife beater for his wife to sign, not you, me. According to her multiple protective order requests, including her own handwritten and voice, she did decide that multiple times, alleged he beat her multiple times and was afraid to be around him because of his violence. The allegations come directly from her via court filings. How does a Maryland federal judge have jurisdiction over anyone in Tennessee? Yeah. I guess she didn't get the memo from SCOTUS, ignore, defund, impeach, and remove all these activist judges. What needs to happen? Yeah. Look at the AP. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is freed from Tennessee jail so he can rejoin his family in Maryland to await trial. Yeah, we do have laws to remove judges who have abused their jurisdiction. It's called impeachment, but the Republicans are all pussies. Yeah, he does look malnourished, doesn't he? He looks so terribly malnourished. He was released from Tennessee jail so he can rejoin his family in Maryland awaiting trial. Salvadoran national became a flashpoint after he was deported in March. Facing a court order, the administration brought him back to the U.S. in June only to detain him on criminal charges. Abrego Garcia walks out of Putnam County Jail wearing a short-sleeved white button-down shirt and black pants, accompanied by defense attorney Roscoe Dean. Not speak to reporters, but got in an SUV and sped off. Attorney in his deportation case, Simon Sandoval Moschenberg, said in a statement Friday his client had been reunited with his loving family for the first time since he was deported in March. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem slammed the decision. We already read that. We will not stop fighting until the Salvadoran man faces justice and out of our country. That's right. He's got to go get out of our country. Go get out of our country. And then CNN politics. CNN has the same crap. Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been released from criminal custody 5 months after he was unlawfully deported. He wasn't unlawfully deported. This is such horse shit. ABC News just says Abrego Garcia released from criminal custody in Tennessee. On to the next story. Breaking purge. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has officially fired the Biden head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, Jeffrey Cruz. Cruz is the one who produced the preliminary report on the Iranian strikes that were leaked to the media, per Washington Post. Now it all makes sense. This guy, who was the Biden guy, leaked the stuff to the Washington Post that said, oh, no, there was no damage and there was nothing happened, but it was all a lie to make Trump look bad. Leaks compromise security, period. Cruz's firing underscores the urgent need to purge Biden-era holdovers who undermine the operational integrity. The Iran strike intel leak wasn't a mistake. It was sabotage. Listen, no, y'all, it's a sabotage. Operation Midnight Hammer's success hinged on airtight secrecy. Yet WAPO's preliminary report exposed vulnerabilities. Excess purge is long overdue. DIA's role isn't to feed media narratives, but to protect classified data. When bureaucrats prioritize leaks over loyalty, national security crumbles. Clean house, secure the mission. Evidence behind the sabotage and the case for the full purge is laid bare for all to see. Keep them in uniform, conduct a military investigation. Yeah, they should probably do a military investigation. Breaking. Pete Hegseth fires the general whose agency's initial intel assessment of the damage to Iran's nuclear site angered President Trump. See the way they word that? It angered President Trump because it was wrong. Because it was wrong. Right here, this guy says, so they fired the guy who was incompetent and didn't do his job properly. Yeah. The assessment was one of the worst they've ever read, and not just the president thought it was utter crap. Because he was wrong and rushed out a statement to embarrass the president. Accuracy matters in intelligence. This must bum you out. Sorry your shields are not properly in place. F off with the propaganda and sources. Are you mad that your leakers are getting exposed and removed? You mean the incorrect assessment leaked by a Trump hater inside the DOD? That's right. That's right, man. That's right, mans. Yep. I agree with this guy. He should be prosecuted, too. That's right. This guy should be prosecuted. Prosecuted, prosecuted, prosecuted. Texas fires general whose agency intel assessment of damage from Iran strike angered Trump. It was wrong. It was wrong. And it was leaked. Look at him. Oh, yeah, I leaked the stuff. Yeah. He's lieutenant general. He should immediately be stripped of rank. He should be stripped down to a buck private, court-martialed, sent to the brig, sent to the stockade. Yes, signal messages, definitely. Secretary Pete Hegseth has fired the general whose agency of U.S. damage to Iranian nuclear sites angered Trump, according to two people familiar with the decision and the White House official. Cruz, who no longer serves as the head of U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency, according to the people who spoke on Friday on a condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss it publicly. So more people that aren't authorized to talking. Hegseth also fired Vice Admiral Nancy LaCour, who is chief of the Navy Reserve, as well as Rear Admiral Milton Sands, a Navy SEAL officer who oversees Naval Special Warfare Commands. That's right, get rid of them all these scumbags, all these fucking woke DEI pricks. Get them gone. No reasons were given. The latest in a series of steps targeting military leaders. It's not targeting them, it's just cleaning house, man. What you call. When you're in charge, you get rid of people that you don't like. That's how you do it. Administration also stripped security clearance from additional current and former national security officials. That's right. If you're not currently in the government, you don't need a security clearance. Get them out. Goodbye. You're going. Later. Yep, the Mockingbird media. Trump decried agency's initial findings. Cruz's firing comes 2 months after the details of a preliminary assessment of the airstrikes leaked to the media. Yeah, how did it leak to the media? It found that Iran's nuclear facility had been set back only a few months by the military effort, contradicting assertions from Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, okay. Life indifferent. Gonna finish tomorrow. Got stuff to do in the morning. Adulting sucks. Night all. Good night to you too. Thank you for being by here, and it's great to see you. We're gonna keep rolling here for a couple hours, maybe hour and a half at least more. We'll see what happens if the additional funds come through. Then we'll do 6 hours. Republican president who has pronounced the Iranian program completely and fully obliterated, rejected the report, has oft repeated criticism of the DIA analysis built on his long-running distrust of intelligence assessments, including one published in 2017 that said Russia interfered on his behalf in the 2016 election. See how they throw that in there, even though that was completely debunked? Look at how they're doing this. Oh my God. The Office of Director of National Intelligence, which is responsible for coordinating the work of 18 intelligence agencies, including DIA, has been declassifying years-old documents meant to cast doubt on those previous findings. How about it's meant to give the truth? Oh yeah, KJab, you got a gift of membership. Following the June strikes, Hegseth lambasted the press for focusing on the preliminary assessment, but did not offer any direct evidence of destruction of the facilities. You want to call it destroyed? You want to call it defeated? You want to call it obliterated? Choose your word. This was an historic, successful attack, Hegseth said at a news conference. Democrats raise concern about implications of key firing. Well, the Pentagon, the Democrats are always going to raise concerns when you fire a Democrat lackey who is working against the administration and who leaks them information and who's doing the bidding of Democrats instead of actually doing what the White House, the person in charge wants. The firing of yet another senior national security official underscores the Trump administration's dangerous habit of treating intelligence as a loyalty test rather than a safeguard, said Senator Mark Warner, scumbag from Virginia. Representative Jim Himes of Connecticut, the top Democrat on the House Intelligence Committee, called on the administration to show why Cruz was fired, or otherwise we can only assume that this was another politically motivated decision intended to create an atmosphere of fear. How about he was fired for rushing to create a bogus preliminary assessment and then leaking it to the press? How about he should be prosecuted for leaking it to the press? How about that, Mr. Himes, you scumbag? Trump has a history of removing government officials whose data analysis he disagrees with. No, how about that's wrong? It was wrong. What the fuck is wrong with them? They can't admit that it's wrong. Earlier this month, after a lousy jobs report, he fired the official in charge of the data. No. It's because they keep revising it and keep getting it wrong. They keep getting it wrong. They keep doing, not doing their job correctly. You fire people who don't do their job correctly. That's what you do. You don't keep hiring them and promoting them. This is not DEI life, people. Come on. His administration also stopped posting reports on climate change, which is, canceled studies on vaccine access, and removed data on gender identity. Okay, here's the data. It's a mental disorder. They need mental help. The Trump administration makes a series of military and intelligence changes. The new firings culminate a week of broad Trump administration changes to the intelligence community and new shakeups to military leadership. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence announced this week that it would slash its staff and budget and revoke more security clearances, a tactic the administration uses against those it sees as foes. The Pentagon also said the Air Force top uniformed officer, General David Alvin, planned to retire 2 years early. Hegseth and Trump have been aggressive in dismissing top military officials, often without formal explanation. Why would they need to explain to you idiots? Why do Republicans play nice even when they're doing the tough stuff? Keep his ass in uniform, throw the UCMJ at him, reduce rank, take his retirement, dishonorable discharge as a party gift. Yeah. In April, Hegseth dismissed General Tim Hall as the head of the National Security Agency and Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield, who's a senior official at NATO. Yeah, because they were running around saying they were they're biding their time until Trump was gone. Sorry, you got to go. They should actually be charged. No public explanation has been offered for any of the firings. They don't need to. Trump has demanded the government agencies purge DEI efforts. The ousters of Cruz, LaCour, and Sands were reported earlier in the Washington Post. Oh, look at Michelle Price. Look at her. She thinks she's all special. Look at her. Well, we're going to get into this story about Alligator Alcatraz. But first, I got to pee. I'm going to take Bella to pee. So I'm going to play a video about the FBI's secret file system called Sentinel. And hopefully you guys will enjoy this while I'm gone. We're probably not going to watch the whole video because it's like 20 minutes long. But I don't know if I can speed it up, but we'll see. We have senior DOJ officials didn't know the database allowed the FBI to bury the existence of Russiagate documents. So we talked about this story for people who were here last night a little bit, that there's the Sentinel program that allows, or was it last night or was it Saturday night with Joe? I don't remember if it was Saturday night with Joe or if it was last night. We talked about the Sentinel program that allowed FBI to hide documents and nobody would know about it. This is more about that the senior DOJ officials had no clue that they had this system. Now in question is the entirety of Special Counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russian collusion hoaxers. This is by Margot Cleveland, Professor Margot Cleveland. She's a very good follow on X, if anyone you can recommend. She's always got good stuff about cases coming down, and she's a good resource for stuff like this to keep an eye on it and know what's going on. So here we go. So, people familiar with the investigation. into the Russia collusion hoax told the Federalist that senior officials did not know the FBI case management database, Sentinel, allowed agents to conceal the existence of evidence. Nor did anyone from Special Counsel Robert Mueller's office mention that documents related to the investigation into the Trump campaign had been rendered invisible by use of the prohibited access coding in Sentinel. Even though they knew the Department of Justice was investigating the origins and handling of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. So basically, we have a government that got too big and too unwieldy that people inside the government didn't know what the other people were doing. So one hand didn't know what the other hand was doing. You had the FBI doing things that the Department of Justice didn't know they were doing. And I want you to really think about that, because the FBI works for the Department of Justice. I mean, they didn't used to be that way. They used to be years and years ago when the FBI first started, and it was run by this guy, J. Edgar Hoover. A lot of people said, and it's probably true, that he was the most powerful man in Washington, D.C., because he did not answer to anybody except for the president, and mostly he didn't even answer to the president because he usually had dirt on a whole bunch of people that he could use and blackmail and stuff. And there's stories that he wore dresses and everything, but we won't get into that. We'll just say that the FBI was way out of control. And then after Hoover died, they pulled some of the power back and they stuck it under the DOJ, and it was supposed to answer to the DOJ and the Attorney General, but I don't really know if they do, and this is kind of proof that they really don't. On Monday, a former political appointee at the DOJ expressed surprise that no one from the special counsel Mueller's team mentioned the prohibited access functionality of Sentinel to senior officials. Said, surprise face, oh my God, I'm shocked. The news follows last week's release by Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa of a recently declassified FBI report that revealed that special counsel Mueller's office used a prohibited access restriction during the Trump-Russia collusion investigation. Didn't these senators know about it? I mean, how could the FBI have programs and things, doing things, and they're supposed to report to Congress, the Intelligence Committee, or these different things, Select Committee on Intelligence, something. How did they not know? Did they know? Is this just, are they all just covering their ass now? Just, As the Federalist detailed earlier today, the prohibited access coding in the FBI Sentinel case management system precludes investigators from detecting the existence of potentially relevant serials. By serials, I think they mean like case numbers, case reports, different things, different reports and stuff. So, in other words, according to the just released FBI report, when search terms that exist in the prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a false negative Sentinel research response. This contrasts with FBI documents categories in Sentinel as restricted access. While that restriction prevents FBI agents from viewing contents of restricted access files, Sentinel will nonetheless show there are hits for the search terms. Other investigators will thus know that potentially relevant evidence exists. Not so with the prohibited access code, which will leave the other FBI wrongly believing there are no responsive documents. Senior officials overseeing the investigation into the origins and handling of Crossfire Hurricane did not know the prohibited access coding. Did not know of it. So they're saying they had no clue that this existed in the FBI. That Mueller's special counsel office used the functionality to render invisible materials connected to the investigation into President Trump is scandalous. Now in question is the entirety of special counsel John Durham's investigation into the Russia collusion hoaxers, as well as Inspector General Michael Horowitz's investigation into the FISA abuse related to Carter Page. Yeah, so basically, all these things in these investigations, if they did not know about all this stuff, there's no way the investigation was fulsome. There's no way they could know exactly who broke the law and who needs to go to jail. How many other people in the FBI lied to get warrants and stuff. There was the one guy, I think his name was Sussman, right? Michael Sussman, was that the guy, or is it a different name? Maybe I'm wrong. That lied, and then surprisingly, he went in front of a judge by the name of Boasberg, which I don't know. You guys recognize that name? That's the guy that was playing games with the Alien Enemies Act, and he gave him a slap on the wrist. I think it was Sussman. Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, there was some guy in the FBI DOJ guy that lied about stuff. They gave him probation, and then basically just time served, and gave him his law license back. Ridiculous. Just utter ridiculous. Whether Special Counsel Durham and Inspector General Horowitz obtained access to all the relevant evidence related to Crossfire Hurricane conspiracy to interfere in both President Trump's 2020 election and his first administration now remain in doubt. I thought Crossfire Hurricane was to interfere with the 2016 election. So they're saying there was also interference in the 2020 election? Huh. But I thought the 2020 election was the safest, most secure election in the history of the country. It was above board. You know, anybody who thought otherwise was a crazy person. Remember that? I remember that. Until FBI Director Kash Patel reveals the extent to which the Get Trump faction buried evidence of their malfeasance. Okay. Well, the reason they can't delete them is because that would be a crime. I know that sounds silly, but destruction of government documents is a serious crime, and there would always be evidence that they would turn up some point, and there would be evidence of them being deleted. It's just they were able to basically segregate, for lack of a better word, the documents somewhere that they just basically didn't exist. It's almost like I don't know, like easy way to explain is like, you know, you got this hidden on your iPhone, let's say, or your Google, whatever, Android, and you got pictures that you don't want in your picture thing. You can put them in the hidden folder or something, and, you know, nobody can see anything in that hidden folder unless you open it with the code. You know, they couldn't search for them or anything. I think kind of similar, maybe. Maybe I'm simplifying it in a way that I shouldn't. This is another part to the same story. Basically, another article from the Federalist. It says the latest FBI revelations show the Mueller special counsel was a cover-up and much, much more. Cover-up. This guy. Yeah. Because, you know, he would obviously know about all the secrets and tricks in the FBI because he was the head of the FBI before Comey. Yeah. You know what else this guy was? It kind of ties back into Karen Reed. This guy was also part of the team that, along with Comey, that did shady stuff with a guy by the name of Whitey Bulger. And special prosecutor in the Karen Reed case, Hank Brennan, was Whitey Bulger's attorney. See how the small world, it all comes circle round and round, cover-ups, they're all involved, they're all together. They're always, one step removed from Kevin Bacon. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why didn't the DOJ charge Nellie Orr with lying to Congress? Is the least significant of the questions raised by last week's release of the Washington Field Office EC. The FBI's electronic case management system, Sentinel, allows agents to hide the existence of relevant and guess investigative reports from other authorized users of the federal database. And during the Russia collusion hoax, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team used that functionality to keep potentially relevant documents hidden from other FBI agents investigating whether a Fusion GPS contractor lied to Congress. Did I read this story yesterday? No. I must not. That's just the date of the second. Good enough. The significance of these two facts cannot be overstated. Now in question is whether the federal government complies with the Constitution mandate in criminal cases to provide defendants with all material exculpatory and impeachment evidence, as well as other discovery obligations in civil litigation. So there's a problem there. If they're not giving over all this information, they're not turning over stuff, then they're not meeting Brady, which is a case that says if they have anything that's exculpatory or information that could be exculpatory, they have to turn it over. They can't, keep it and hide it. But they did, and they were. This came up, if I'm not mistaken, in the Proud Boys case. There was information that was hidden that they found out about it, but the judge basically buried it and said, no, they don't have to. And so that's part of the reason why I'm pretty sure that Trump pardoned those guys, because the convictions and the trial was a sham, was super shady. The one guy was not even ever there. They arrested him when he got off the train in D.C. He was the day before. He was never at the Capitol. You know, he was an Afro-Cuban white supremacist, whatever, Enrique Tarrio. He's not a white supremacist, he's a black man. Come on. Whether Special Counsel Durham's office, the Inspector General, and agents investigating the members of the Crossfire Hurricane team had access to all the relevant information, whether the DOJ and the FBI provided congressional oversight committees with requested or subpoenaed documents, or whether the FOIA responses included all relevant documents to the press and to the public. Last Wednesday, Senator Chuck Grassley of Iowa released a recently declassified FBI electronic communication, or EC, dated from September 2019, which the Iowa Republican maintained proves Fusion GPS contractor Nellie Orr lied to Congress about contributions to Crossfire Hurricane. The 43-page document drafted by an FBI Washington field office agent detailed the extensive evidence indicating Nellie Orr lied multiple times during her congressional testimony concerning the Crossfire Hurricane investigation into the Trump campaign. The catalog of evidence against Nellie Orr, who was married to Bruce Orr, one of the key FBI Russia collusion hoaxers. Yeah, because Bruce Orr either was with the FBI or with the DOJ. I can't exactly recall directly which one he was with. Raises the question of why the DOJ never pursued criminal charges against the Fusion GPS contractor. The EC, electronic communication, also suggests that Nellie Orr's open source research may have made its way into Steele's dossier and fraudulent Alpha Bank materials provided to the FBI. Those details, Those details, however, pale in comparison to two explosive facts that the EC revealed by way of background. First, the EC explained the FBI's Sentinel case management system allows an investigative material to be coded prohibited access, which renders the files not merely inaccessible to other agents, but invisible to them. And second, Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team designated the Trump-Russia collusion investigation prohibited access in Sentinel, meaning any agents running keyword searches in Sentinel would wrongly believe there were no responsive documents. So basically what that means is the entire Trump-Russia collusion investigation, which was a hoax, was shielded from anybody who wasn't politically connected to Robert Mueller and put there by forces designed and aiming at getting rid of Trump. It was a get Trump operation from the beginning, and it was shielded from everyone else. Who appointed Robert Mueller as a special counsel? Was that Jeff Sessions, or was that it had to have been Jeff Sessions, right? Or Bill Barr, one of the two. They forced Trump to do it, or Trump forced him into it after he fired Comey, which he should have. He should never did this. He should have told them all to go pound sand. He should have said, Baf Bangul. Here's how the FBI Washington field office agent put it in the EC. On May 3rd, 2019, relevant FBI DOJ information related to this assessment of Nellie Orr was inaccessible to FBI investigators, given that the Trump-Russia collusion investigation were in FBI systems under prohibited access status, which, unlike restricted access, precludes investigators from detecting the existence of the potentially relevant serials. In other words, the EC continued, when search terms in that exist in prohibited access status cases are searched in Sentinel, the particular search will receive a flash negative Sentinel search response. The existence of the prohibited access classification came as a surprise to former career prosecutors and FBI agents. Yeah, they went, surprise, surprise, surprise. Jay Town, a former career prosecutor and U.S. attorney for the Northern District of Alabama under Trump 1.0, told the Federalist he was not aware of prohibited access classifications and shared that many of his colleagues likewise have never heard of it. This is a staggering revelation. This is a staggering revelation for nearly all of us, Town said. At least one former assistant U.S. attorney, however, indicated he knew of the prohibited access coding. Well, then that guy needs to be questioned about it and find out exactly what he knows, how he knows, and why he never said anything to anybody. That's what I would do. And clearly, FBI Washington field office agents who drafted and approved the EC were familiar with its use as well. But how many DOJ and FBI agents knew of the prohibited access functionality is unknown. There's also scant public information about the coding and when or why it is used. For instance, the redacted public version of the FBI's Domestic Investigations and Operations Guide does not appear to discuss the use of prohibited access in Sentinel. An Inspector General's report from 2021, however, confirms Sentinel offers a prohibited access coding and that coding renders files invisible to other agents. With a footnote in the report explaining documents and data uploaded into Sentinel are assigned one of three access levels: unrestricted, restricted, or prohibited. The extent to which information appears in search results depends on the data access level and the searcher's permissions. Prohibited data is visible only to users with permissions to view the underlying case. All other users receive no search results and would not know that information relevant to their search exists in a prohibited case. Yeah, so basically, the only people that knew about anything in the Trump-Russia collusion hoax were the people involved in the Trump-Russia collusion hoax investigation. So it's kind of like Fight Club, you know. Don't ask about Fight Club. Don't say nothing about Fight Club. Nobody, you know. First rule of spying on U.S. citizens and lying about it is not telling people. So I'm surprised that James O'Keefe hasn't come across anybody that spilled the beans on prohibited access yet. That he didn't, you know, honeypot anybody into it. That the FBI's case management system allows documents, including witness statements and other evidence, to be rendered invisible to other agents searching Sentinel for relevant documents is horrifying because the federal government is legally obligated in a variety of circumstances to provide such information, but it cannot produce something that it does not know exists. And so that's probably how they get around it too, is because they say, like, no, we don't know it exists. There was something weird too, if any of you guys remember, with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, that the FBI had footage that they took with drones and that nobody could find. They had to like search it down, and someone basically dropped it off or something, like at the last moment before the trial. And I wonder if the same type of stuff, if it's all these investigations that they're doing all around the country, you know, on people that aren't breaking the law, but they're just keeping an eye on them, if that's all hidden in this prohibited access stuff, that way nobody can find out about it. For instance, in criminal cases, the Supreme Court has held that the Constitution's due process guarantee requires that the government disclose material exculpatory and impeachment evidence. The Department of Justice must rely on the FBI to provide this constitutionally required evidence, known informally as Brady or Giglio evidence, to a criminal defendant. But the FBI cannot possibly properly gather all the material exculpatory and impeachment evidence if the evidence is invisible to the searcher because it was coded prohibited access. While the Brady-Giglio rule only applies in the criminal context, the federal government's discovery obligations in civil litigation raise similar concerns. If documents responsive to a discovery request are hidden behind a prohibited access designation, the DOJ might not even know the material exists and thus cannot possibly provide it in response to the discovery request. They couldn't possibly give it over. So, good video, huh? Without knowing when, why, or how often the FBI designates files as prohibited access within Sentinel, or whether, and if so how, the Bureau ensures it provides prohibited access Brady-Giglio evidence, it is impossible to assess the scope of the issue. And that is a huge problem. Huge problem. And I wonder how they're going to get around it. I wonder how they're going to fix it. I decided to grab something to eat, take the dog out. Made myself a better with cheddar. Had that. Maybe Trump should order make sure the dog of the FBI or the DOJ that they have to put some kind of a code or something in. That way there's like a person, maybe
I see a urologist all the time.
General, somebody that can go into the computer system
twice a year
and has access so that they can search the files and comes up. So they have to do something. They can't they can't continue to operate like this. It's not constitutional. They're violating people's rights.
They're violating people's rights. You need to stop.
The ramifications of invisible records maintained within Sentinel by use of the prohibited access designation extend far beyond the realm of criminal prosecutions and civil litigations. The prohibited access designation also thwarts the investigation of potential crimes, such as in the case of Nellie Orr. At least in that case, though, the Washington field office agents knew that Special Counsel Mueller's office had used the prohibited access designation for the Trump-Russia collusion investigations, so they knew to ask for searches of those invisible documents. What the Department of Justice Inspector General? But what about the Department of Justice Inspector General? During his investigation into the 4 fraudulent FISA surveillance order wrongfully targeting Carter Page, they just dismissed Carter Page's lawsuit too. I wonder if he has any of this information, if he can use any of this stuff about, find any of this out for his lawsuit. Did the Inspector General, Michael Horowitz, know Special Counsel Mueller's office had secreted documents with the prohibited access designation? Did the Inspector General obtain all relevant documents? Did they? Doubtful. And what about now former Special Counsel John Durham, who was investigating the Crossfire Hurricane team? Did he know that the FBI had designated the Trump-Russia collusion investigations prohibited access? Did his team obtain all the relevant documents? Press X to doubt. One must also wonder if higher-ups in the FBI headquarters used the prohibited access category for other highly politicized investigations, such as the probes into the alleged corruption by the Clinton Foundation and the Biden family. I wonder, what do you think? What do you think the odds are that they hit it there? Probably, right? Makes sense. If so, did the U.S. attorneys charged by Attorney General Bill Barr with overseeing those investigations, John Huber in Utah and Scott Brady in Pennsylvania, respectively, and FBI agents working with them know Sentinel will not allow them to search for relevant documents? These are all questions that need to be asked. Like, these people should already be in front of Congress, the Senate, the House, whoever, getting these questions asked. All these people. John Huber, Scott Brady.
Yeah, Bell got a snack.
John Durham.
What do you mean, no? You got a snack.
There.
Stop saying you didn't get a snack. You got a
all
snack.
answering these questions. Did you know about this? And if any of them say, yeah, we had no clue, then guess what? The entire investigation has to go and spin back up again. Then there's the question of Congress and whether the DOJ and FBI provided all requested or subpoenaed documents to the senators and representatives performing oversight functions. If the Bureau assigned agents to gather the evidence through Sentinel searches without consideration of prohibited access functionality, it seems a sure bet that the congressional oversight committees did not receive everything they asked for. So you would think this would be a bipartisan thing.
You would think it would be bipartisan.
Parties would be pissed off.
You think both parties would be pissed
at
about
the FBI?
You would.
Basically saying, if you did this and didn't tell us what was going on, it's a problem. But I have a feeling that one party isn't going to be complaining about it because, it was used to help them. It's the bottom line. No.
I like this guy.
Oh, hey, look, I want to say hi to my very special friend, Steve Hilliard. Thank you for
Steve
joining
Hilliard.
us. Nice to see you.
Nice to
We're
see
just
you,
going
Steve.
over a few news stories. It's not going to be a long stream tonight. Probably going to be about maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours max.
Huh. That guy don't know what he's talking about. It's going to be a long stream tonight. A federal judge has ruled no new detainees can be brought to Alligator Alcatraz. What? That's crazy. The judge is acting like a dictator. Federal judge's order halting expansion of Alligator Alcatraz is textbook example of bureaucratic sabotage. Where you going, Bella?
Environmental reviews and tribal lawsuits are DC's favorite tools to paralyze enforcement. Detention infrastructure isn't optional. It's essential for border security. This ruling allows existing operations to continue, proving the facility's necessity, but blocking expansion undermines efforts to process illegals swiftly. Florida's leadership prioritized sovereignty while activists weaponize red tape.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Steve. Mm-hmm. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Yes, you get to watch Jim and Bella eat on stream. It's a great show. Yes, it is. Bill decides to deport the illegals, restore order. See how legal maneuvers are stalling border enforcement. Mm-hmm. And they got the Washington Post weighing in on it. It's, of course they're going to weigh in on it. I'm closing out some tabs real quick. I had way too many open. Okay, here we go. Mm-hmm. A federal judge is giving Florida 60 days to clear out the immigration detention facility called Alligator Alcatraz. Yeah, it's nuts, right? They're saying, oh, they built this thing there. It's causing all these problems. It's a runway that's been there for 40 years. They didn't build anything permanent. All they did was put stuff on top of the runway. It's ridiculous. The ruling forbids state officials from moving any other migrants there. It's crazy. Crazy. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Mm-hmm. Federal judge's order halting expansion is textbook bureaucratic sabotage. I think we read this already. Deport the illegals, restore order. Right. Mm-hmm. This is the judge. Look at the judge. Of course, look at the judge. District Judge Kathleen Mary Williams, born 1956. Definite boomer. Barack Obama appointed judge. She was a federal public defender. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Look at this. 2020, Williams granted prisoner plaintiff's request for a preliminary injunction ordering the Miami-Dade County Corrections and Rehabilitation Department to enforce social distancing and provide disinfectant and offer testing in response to COVID-19 outbreak. Her order was then vacated by a divided panel in the United States Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit in June 2020. Oh. Yeah, she ordered a prison to provide social distancing. Mm-hmm. Judge bars Florida for bringing more detainees to Alligator Alcatraz. Yep, this is what an insurrection looks like, definitely. And yeah, it was supposed to be a large airport for southern Florida with 6 parallel runways. They thought it was going to be this runway, this airport at the time. They thought it would be like, it'll be away from the city, so you know noise and won't annoy people, and it could be used by people in Naples and on both. They thought it would be able to be used by people on both the Gulf Coast and the East Coast, both sides. It just didn't work out because it's too much of a pain to get there, and they built airports, in a lot closer areas. But at the time they thought it was a good idea. Mm-hmm. The court's order to halt detainee transfers Alligator Alcatraz is judicial activism undermining border security. This facility is critical infrastructure for enforcing immigration laws amid cartel-driven chaos. While environmental reviews matter, national sovereignty isn't negotiable. The Humane Accountability Act, H.R. 3473, already mandates transparency on detainee conditions. No need for activist injunctions. Florida's rapid deployment model should be replicated, not litigated. Every delay empowers smugglers and weakens deterrence. Mm-hmm. Secure borders require decisive action, not endless environmental red tape blocking. Essential enforcement. See how legal maneuvering is stalling enforcement. Wow, wow, wow. Judge bars Florida from bringing more detainees to Alligator Alcatraz. I keep seeing different stories. I keep saying different things. So I'm not exactly sure. Federal court ruled Thursday that the state of Florida and the Trump administration can't add to the population of the immigration detention facility in the Everglades dubbed Alligator Alcatraz and must take steps to begin dismantling it. U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams said in a case that challenged the facility's operation on environmental grounds that the state must stop construction at the facility and within 60 days remove fencing, lighting, and generators. Florida's top emergency management official Kevin Guthrie quickly appealed the ruling. Authorities have not disclosed the number of people held at the facility, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis opened it in July and said it would eventually hold 4,000 people facing deportation. Williams noted the detention center was intended to be a short-term stopover for people facing deportation, that a ruling would result in a steady population decline through attrition. Every Florida governor, every Florida senator, and countless local and national political figures, including presidents, have publicly pledged their unequivocal support for restoration, conservation, and protection of the Everglades. This order does nothing more than uphold the basic requirements of legislation designed to fill those promises. It's on an airport runway. They're not building anything there. That's so ridiculous. The ruling by Williams, an appointee of President Obama, would make it impossible to operate Alligator Alcatraz. It follows an order she issued 2 weeks ago to halt construction in response to a suit brought by the Friends of the Everglades, the Center for Biological Diversity, and the Muskogee Tribe. The suit argues the state and federal officials failed to follow the National Environmental Policy Act, which requires the federal government to conduct a review of the environmental effects of a project to collect public comment and consider alternatives. The airstrip housing the facility is surrounded by federal protected Big Cypress National Preserve. Yeah, but the airstrip is not. It's on the airstrip. Yeah, would she have ruled it to be closed if it was an airport that was in use? It's crazy. It's a fragile ecosystem that's home to endangered species. The White House spokesperson referred questions about the ruling to Florida officials and the Department of Homeland Security. Alex Lanfranconi, spokesman for DeSantis, said the deportation will continue until morale improves. The deportations will continue until morale improves. Then you got CNN basically saying no new detainees can be brought to Alligator Alcatraz, which a federal judge is effectively shutting down. Man, these federal judges sure think they have a lot of power. Here's the Washington Post. Florida order to dismantle Alligator Alcatraz over environmental impact. Hey, Steve Hilliard. Good night. Thanks for being here. The ruling, which gives the state 60 days to act, comes as Ron DeSantis plans to convert a prison in North Florida into a second immigration detention site. A federal judge in Miami gave the state of Florida 60 days to clear out the immigration detention facility. Handing environmentalists and a Miccosukee tribe of Indians a win after they clashed with Ron DeSantis over environmental impacts the makeshift site was having in the federally protected Everglades. Yeah. They said it's a state issue, not a federal issue. It definitely is. The ruling on Thursday from U.S. District Judge Kathleen Williams, which forbids state officials from moving any other migrants there, deals a blow to what have become a marquee symbol of President Trump's immigration policy. It's Ron DeSantis' policy. It's a state site, not a federal site. I mean, these people keep doing this screwy stuff, man. It's really upsetting. Anyway, that's just nuts. The environmentalists who sued call it a huge relief for millions of people who love the Everglades. No, I'm going to tell you right now, these environmentalists are a big pain in the ass. They actually argue in Florida that rainwater is pollution. Yes, rain runoff. That's what they argue. But when you have canals or when you have other you're by the ocean, they argue that if you don't capture the rainwater, that if you allow the rainwater to flow into the ocean, that's pollution and it's diluting the salt in the Gulf. They're nuts. I mean, if there was no people here, where do they think the rainwater would go? It would go in the Gulf. That's where all the rain goes. Everything flows to rivers, then it runs out into the Gulf. I mean, so SCOTUS definitely. Why do liberals insist on giving criminals or illegals better accommodation than soldiers when they have to deploy to fight the country? It triggers me. Yeah, it's brutal.
SCOTUS has to step in and stop these dictators. Yeah, it's a swamp. It's a swamp. Calling it protected wetlands instead of a swamp is just ridiculous. The state filed a notice of appeal with the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit less than an hour after the judge issued an order. DeSantis didn't comment. In July, Trump and Homeland Security, they toured the facility with Ghislaine. It was just trailers and tents erected with a chain link fence atop an old airstrip. They didn't disturb any wetland. That's what's ridiculous. They didn't disturb anything. They didn't cause any damage. They didn't dig. They didn't do anything. Yeah, it's crazy. So you got to stop it raining in Florida. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland. The only way out of here is deportation. The location of the site chose to plague the facility from the start, according to critics. In a ruling, Williams said environmental assessment was required before the site was erected in the Everglades. But the tenants chose not to do so. Why would you have to have an environmental impact for a tent on concrete? Despite what DeSantis describes as a facility that would have zero impact to surrounding wetlands, Williams cited expert testimony and said the project will have considerable environmental impacts and should have been reviewed by relevant federal agencies. Well, where are these experts? What the fuck are they talking about? It creates irreparable harm in the form of habitat loss and increased mortality to endangered species in the area, including the Florida panther, she wrote. These are all lies. It's on concrete that's there. They didn't do anything to any land. What do they say? Because the tent's there, that the panthers can't run across the runway now? Her order expands the pause on new construction that was part of a temporary restraining order 2 weeks ago and directs the state and federal government contracts to begin dismantling the center, including fencing, lighting, generators, and all the waste receptacles that were installed to support the project. Isolated airstrips sits deep into Big Cypress National Preserve near the border with the Everglades National Park. A 10,499-foot runway is all that remains of the 1960s plan to build the world's largest airport. Environmentalists led by renowned Everglades conservationist Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. That name sounds familiar, doesn't it? Because that's the name of the school that caused Florida to enact red flag laws, by the way. Managed to thwart the project and get the federal government to protect nearly 2 million wetland acres. Yeah, that's right. They were building the airport. They already had the projects, and then this stupid cunt stepped in and had the federal government Bigfoot them and stop them from finishing the airport. The organization Douglas created to fight the jetport, Friends of the Everglades, was among the groups that sued over Alligator Alcatraz. So they created a thing just to sue. The site has no electricity, so everything is powered by generators, including portable air conditioners. Drinking and bathwater has to be trucked in, and sewage and trash and wastewater are trucked out. So what the fuck are they doing to the Everglades? Everything is getting trucked in and trucked out. They're not leaving anything there. Environmentalists and the tribe of Indians sued under the National Environmental Policy Act, which required federal agencies to prepare detailed statements assessing the environmental impact of any alternatives to major federal actions significantly affecting the environment. It's not. It's all horse shit. The first tents and detention cages went up on June 23rd after the state seized the property from Miami-Dade County under a 2-year-old emergency order issued by DeSantis. He said that he wanted Alligator Alcatraz to be a force multiplier. It would house up to 5,000 men and women awaiting deportation. U.S. Representative Maxwell Frost, communist, visited Wednesday to try meeting relatives of constituents and said afterwards that only 346 men were there. So see, these communists call the illegal aliens their constituents. A separate lawsuit over detainees' legal rights brought by the ACLU and other groups was in part dismissed late Monday when U.S. District Judge Rodolfo Ruiz ruled that some of their claims moot. He then moved the remainder of the case to a different jurisdiction. Jeremy Redfern, a spokesman for the Florida Attorney General James Utmeyer, noted on social media late Thursday that Ruiz had concluded that detainees sued in the wrong venue. The state made a similar claim in the environmental case, but Williams rejected it. Once again, she oversteps her authority, and we will appeal this unlawful decision, Redfern wrote. Dozens of House and Senate Democrats pressed Noam this week for more details about the facility and the department's role in supporting it. It's a state facility, not a federal facility. Given that DHS is working directly with the Florida state government on a detention facility with alarming implications, DHS should ensure transparency and accountability surrounding the facility's financing operations, Senator Jeff Merkley from Oregon and Senator Debbie Wasserman Schultz said. 63 other Democrats wrote a letter to the secretary and other administration officials. Governor maintained from the start the Everglades will eventually overtake the site once the state ends the temporary operations. The Florida Division of Emergency Management, an agency usually tasked with natural disaster preparation, built the facility in 8 days. Environmentalists presented photos and other evidence in court that showed the state paved over at least 20 adjacent acres of wetland. Security lighting that there turned a dark sky international location, one of only 2 in southeast, into a brightly lit compound. So yeah, they're saying that they put lights in, and so it's light pollution. That's actually what they fucking sued over. They said, you put lights in there, it's light pollution. Mm-hmm. This happened at Homestead Air Reserve Base a few years ago when they were there. They accused us of all kinds of shit. The illegals lived better than anywhere they were from. Yeah. Attorney said the state wrote the contractors who built the site, installed silt fences and 40 speed bumps on a service road leading to the facility. A drainage basin to provide further protection for the surrounding wetlands was under construction. Yeah. Williams, who was appointed to the bench by Obama, issued her initial restraining order on August 7th. Last week, DeSantis moved to convert an old prison in northern Florida into a second immigration detention site, which he named Deportation Depot. Some Democrat lawmakers said the announcement signaled the state was worried about having to close down Alligator Alcatraz and find a place for detainees there. Yeah, everything they're doing is temporary. That's what doesn't make any sense. It's not permanent. It's such a joke. Yeah, we got. Yeah, no, I'm not subscribing to this. Is this Washington Post? Yeah, it is Washington Post. And this, I think, is crazy. This is on to the next story. State Department can't deny visas based on Trump's travel ban, the judge rules. So Trump issues a travel ban saying people can't come from these countries, which the Supreme Court said Trump can do, when the highway, when they did. And so that Trump can issue a travel ban and say nobody can come here. But then the State Department can't deny visas based on the travel ban? That's retarded. That makes absolutely no sense. Then it's not a travel ban. The court's once again overstepping to undermine national security. Trump's travel ban was lawful, necessary measure to protect America from high-risk regions with documented terrorism and visas overstay crises. The ruling echoes the Supreme Court's 2025 USAID freeze block, where activist judges prioritize globalist handouts over border security. When unelected benches override executive authority, they enable the same bureaucratic rot that funnels billions overseas while our own cities face chaos. The travel ban wasn't about exclusion. It was about enforcing the rule of law, vetting risk, and putting American safety first. Yeah, that's right. These judges need to be disbarred and locked up. Yeah, it's reverse logic. It's crazy. Like, oh, yeah, you can issue a travel ban. That's all legal, but you got to still give them visas and let them come here. Well, every time judges meddle, they embolden the same failed policies that let unvetted entries surge under Biden. That's right. They're just nutsos, man. Nutso, patutsos. It's crazy. Let's read the story. State Department can't deny visas based on Trump's travel ban judgment. It really came in a lawsuit filed in July on behalf of people from Afghanistan, Burma, Congo, Somalia, and Iran who won the right to apply for visas under the so-called diversity visa program. Federal judges ruled the State Department cannot use President Trump's latest travel ban to deny visas to foreigners who apply for them. The decision issued Thursday by U.S. District Judge Sparkle Suknanen. Yeah, Sparkle Suknanen is a judge. Applies to only 82 would-be immigrants who come with a major caveat. It still allows immigration authorities to deny the foreign citizens entry to the U.S. by turning them away at a port of entry or instructing airline officials to refuse to board them. So this is just retarded. It's like, well, yeah, you don't have to let them in, but you got to give them the visas. And so maybe they can sneak in then. Is that what it is? Then they could say, like, they could try to sneak into the country and they claim they have a visa. Let's just say one more. Why vote for president when we have judges who know why we want better than we do? Trump needs to ignore all these and go, okay, now, good night, bye. Are you going to bed? All right. It's too personal, infuriating to me. Don't need to raise my blood pressure. I'll call it. Good night, Jim and Chad. God bless. Well, God bless. They call me Sparkle. Sparkle Sunanen. Yeah, that's her name. Suknanen, a Biden appointee based in Washington, ruled that the federal law Trump invoked in June to limit entry by citizens does not give the State Department the power to deny visas. What? Lawyers for the Trump administration asked her to accept the longstanding practice of the State Department to refuse visas to people whose entry would be blocked by a presidential order. But the judge, citing a Supreme Court decision last year that limited the power of agencies to rely on their own interpretations of the law, said the State Department's historical tradition wasn't entitled to deference. The ruling came in a lawsuit filed in July on behalf of people from Afghanistan, Burma, Congo, Somalia, and Iran who won the right to apply for visas under the so-called diversity visa program. The immigration lawyer who filed the case, Curtis Morrison, said he viewed the ruling as a mixed bag, even though it doesn't give his clients an immediate way to enter the U.S. Nobody has a right to come here. Don't they understand this? There is no right to come here. Morrison noted that the ban Trump issued in June, a reboot of similar policy issued during the first term, promises that the latest policy will be reviewed by September. There was a possibility the ban goes away someday. Suknanen said that due to the legal precedents, she was powerless to grant relief to visa applicants whose applications were denied outright by consular officials in response to Trump's ban. The ruling extends only to those who were told their applications were on hold due to Trump's directive. Spokesman for the State Department and the Justice Department did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Last month, a federal judge in Seattle ruled that Trump's latest travel ban could not be used to block refugees entitled to enter the U.S. as a result of previous orders and litigation challenging Trump's suspension of refugee admissions. Nobody's entitled to enter the U.S. Where did they get this? Refugees entitled? Nobody is entitled to come here. There is no right to come here. There's no right to be here if you're not a citizen. Oh my God, what is with these people? This is just insanity. This is nuts. What do you think? Sparkle, Suknanen? That sound like an American to you? Mm-hmm. And on to the next story. President Trump says Chicago is next in his administration's crackdown on crime. That's right. Mm-hmm. Chicago's crime crisis demands decisive action, but the Military and Law Enforcement Accountability Act ties the hand of federal law enforcement. Section 274A forces endless bureaucratic hurdles for deployment support, requiring presidential justifications and congressional approval even during emergencies. Yeah, it's like everyone has rights except for Americans. Yeah. Meanwhile, violent crime persists because DC's prioritizes process over protection. Trump's crackdown mirrors his historic border success. Aggressive enforcement works when bureaucrats don't sabotage it. The numbers don't lie. When Trump applies pressure, order follows. Chicago needs security, not more red tape, shielding failed local leadership. And Sparkle, oh no. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Southside Chicago was a real war zone. Well, I think it was worse in the 90s than it is right now, but I could be wrong. It was pretty bad in the early 90s. Yeah. seems like it, right? That it won't be long until we're in camps and forced just to give everything we own to illegals. Yeah, seems like that's where we're headed. Really does. Really does. Sad. Really sad. All right, still at 1326. I only picked up one sub. Dashboard. We peaked out at 89 current viewers. Trump says Chicago next up for federal crime crackdown. Yeah, do not ever give up your guns. That's right. Don't do it. Don't ever do it. President Trump said Friday that Chicago will be the next city that his administration targets for a federal crackdown on crime and suggests a longer and more intense campaign in the nation's capital. We'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this, Trump said in the Oval Office. I think Chicago will be our next, and then we'll help with New York. The president has credited his federal takeover of Washington, D.C.'s police force and deployment of National Guard there with driving down the crime in the city, touting a week-long stretch without any murders as a miracle, despite the fact that such weeks have occurred in D.C. multiple times so far this year. Bella rotated to the 2:21 a.m. position. Oh, did she? All right, let me see here. See if I can correct it. Yeah, she's got her head laying almost behind my cabinet there. That's weird. That's the best I can do right now. Yeah. Said he could keep National Guard members in the city as long as I want by declaring a national emergency, a prospect likely to unnerve city residents. More than 1,900 National Guard troops from multiple states, including D.C., West Virginia, South Carolina, Mississippi, Ohio, Louisiana, and Tennessee, have been mobilized in D.C. as of Thursday, according to a joint task force. He hinted that Atlanta is on the cleanup list, too. Well, cool. Trump also took aim at D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser and threatened to do more than just seize control of the police force if she didn't get her act straight. He's got to clean her whole act up. You know, they need to get rid of what they should do is they should sue in the lawsuit that they filed that was filed against them. They should have argued that the D.C. Home Rule Act is unconstitutional because it's not a constitutional amendment. And the Constitution specifically says that D.C. shall have no state government or local government. It should be controlled by Congress. So the fact that they gave D.C. The ability, because the Democrats are crazy and they want to make them a state, even though it's against the Constitution, a local government, they should say, yeah, you can't have a local government. It's got to be controlled by the Congress. That's what they should have did. I'm tired of listening to people say how safe it is before we got here. It was unsafe. It was horrible. And Bauer better get her act straight. She better clean her whole act up. And she won't be mayor very long because we'll take it over with the federal government running it like it's supposed to be run. Yeah, call it Maryland already. It is. Just give it back to Maryland. Trump dismissed polling that showed most city residents disapprove of the deployment of federal troops, calling it fake news and claiming the residents of Chicago and cities are clamoring for a similar law enforcement crackdown where they live. They're wearing red hats. African-American ladies, beautiful ladies, are saying, please, President Trump, come to Chicago. Mayor Brandon Johnson said in a statement, we take President Trump's statement seriously, but to be clear, Chicago has not received any formal communication from the Trump administration regarding additional federal law enforcement or military deployments to Chicago. I don't think he has to tell you, Brandon Johnson. You're a mayor. He has to tell the governor. Governor's who's the sovereign of the state, not the city of Chicago. Certainly, we have grave concerns about the impact of any unlawful deployment of National Guard troops to the city of Chicago, he said. It wouldn't be unlawful, you fucking asshole. The problem with the president's approach is that it's uncoordinated, uncalled for, and unsound. Unlawfully deploying the National Guard has the potential to inflame tensions between residents and law enforcement. Why would it be unlawful? Where do these people get this from? What? Because you don't like it? It would be unlawful? Well, your feelings don't matter, fucko. We know that the trust between police and residents is foundational to building safer communities. But how's that trust working out with all the bullshit you do where you keep telling your population that the police are all racists and white supremacists and they're just slave catchers and they're there to advance white supremacy. They're crackers. Illinois Governor J.B. Prickster, fat slob son of a bitch, said on X that Trump had used Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. as his testing ground for authoritarian overreach, and he was now trying to incite fear in our communities and destabilize existing public safety efforts, all to create a justification to further abuse his power. For his part, Trump attacked Johnson as incompetent, claiming that the city has grown dangerous on his watch and vowing to use the federal government to intervene. But when we're ready, we'll go in and we'll straighten out Chicago just like we did D.C., he said. They're going to just keep repeating the same thing. It was not immediately clear how a federal crackdown in Chicago would work and how closely it would resemble what happened in D.C. The district is not part of any state and has restrictions on its own ability to govern its own affairs, so the president has the ability to effectively federalize its police force. In his comments Friday, Trump seemed to conflate keeping the National Guard deployed in D.C. with his takeover of a local police department. He said he could subvert a provision under the District of Columbia's Home Rule Act, which says the federal government could seize control of the city's police force for up to 30 days. After that, he would need congressional approval to continue controlling the Metropolitan Police Department. Does he? Because, like I said, I think the Home Rule Act is unconstitutional. In a hearing last week, the Justice Department attorney told a federal judge that unless Congress extends its ability to control Washington, Trump's order would expire. But Trump, who pledged to eliminate crime when he deployed federal law enforcement earlier this month, has now suggested on multiple occasions they need to maintain his influence over the city's policing for far longer to cut down on crime long term. It's one thing to get him out. It's another thing to keep him out. That's going to take more than 30 days. The president also said he's already talked to Speaker Johnson and John Thune about a planned request for $2 billion to funnel towards beautifying D.C. He said it'll be very easy to get. Well, I guess if it's easy to get, you got to get while the getting's good. Mm-hmm. You got to get while the getting's good. Oh, here's an article which I saw and I don't really agree with, but I'm gonna read it anyway because, well, that's how we do. Mm-hmm. No, BlackRock is not buying houses. The real drivers of America's housing costs. It's become a popular claim in American political discourse that giants like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are driving up housing costs through the roof by buying up vast swaths of single-family homes. This story fits a tidy narrative of Wall Street greed undermining the dream of ordinary families, but it collapses under scrutiny. In truth, these three asset managers do not own even a single-family home in the U.S. They manage index funds and security portfolios, not suburban real estate. Confusion arises because BlackRock is frequently conflated with Blackstone, a private equity firm that does own rental homes. Yet even Blackstone's footprint remains a tiny fraction of the nearly 90 million single-family homes nationwide. Okay, I'm just going to point out, though, that who owns Blackstone? Who owns Blackstone? Who owns Blackstone? Oh, what do you know? Look at this. We're just going to pull this up because I want to show you. Because I like this guy and I like his articles and all that. But he just said he just said, you know, like he's saying that, you know, oh, it's not BlackRock, it's Blackstone. You know, frequently a private equity firm that does own homes, even though Blackstone's footprint remains a tiny fraction, the facts do not support the claim that the big three have priced Americans out of their neighborhoods. Okay, so you guys ready for this? Because I'm going to show you right here on the chart, right? It's going to say it's a never-ending circle, right? That's right. If you look, it says here's the chart. The organizational chart provides a visual representation of Blackstone's ownership structure, highlighted of the different layers of control and influence. It's got beneficial owners. Oh, look, it's owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. BlackRock and Vanguard are the beneficial owners of Blackstone. So, yeah, it's BlackRock and Vanguard own Blackstone. So he's just kind of wrong. Most people don't realize BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street don't own a single home. Yeah, but they own Blackstone. Put on the table 30% of single-family homes in America are rented. Among renters, 30. See, he should have known this. That's what I don't understand. He's smart. Amuse is smart. Does he not know this? Is he not going to address this? Among renters, 30% live in single-family homes rather than apartments. 87% are owned by individuals, not Wall Street firms. Only 13% are owned by institutional investors such as Premium Partners or Invitation Homes. When viewed in the context of all single-family homes, institutional investors only own about 3.8%. These numbers matter because they show scale. Institutional investors are not controlling the market. With housing, which is such a tight market, a couple percent can swing majorly. Bigly, as Trump says. Overwhelming bulk of rental homes remains in the hand of individuals. Meanwhile, the rise of housing prices over the last decade is undeniable. During President Biden's term, the average single-family home price rose 48%. 48%. Housing went up. That's a bubble because they were printing money and caused inflation. By contrast, President Trump's first term prices rose 18%. Average prices show a similar divergence. Under Biden, average rent for a single-family home climbed from $1,620 to $2,100, a 29.6% increase. Yeah, I don't know. It's like he didn't even look because I knew when he said that, I was like, wait, I know for a fact that it's owned by BlackRock, Blackstone, BlackRock. It's the same, same people own it. Vanguard, State Street, they all own it. Yeah. These statistics tell us something fundamental. Prices are not being driven by a handful of investors with portfolios. They're being driven by supply shortages, demographic surges, low interest rates, and policy choices. Well, yeah, when you let 100 million new people come into the country, you're going to have a housing shortage. I mean, we just learned yesterday that there's 55 million visa holders in the United States. There's 55 million people on visas in the U.S. Those are 55 million people taking up housing, taking up jobs, taking up services. Afuera, all of them. Get them out of here. Let's start over. Institutional investors are convenient villains, but their presence in single-family rental market has in many respects added value. Oh, so it's a good thing. Is this guy on the payroll? Now I'm starting to wonder about him. Critics say they buy homes that should go to families. Defenders respond that they add supply by converting foreclosed or underutilized property into rentals, sometimes even building new single-family homes specifically for rent. Research by economist Joshua Coven, I wonder, do early life search on that guy, found that institutional acquisitions expand the rental stock by about 0.7 units for every one home purchased. What? By creating new rental options, institutions slightly reduce rent pressures, not increase them. Large firms have also invested in building-to-rent communities, further broadening the housing stock available to families who cannot yet afford to build. Yeah, that's the point everyone's trying to make, though. This whole thing with BlackRock and Vanguard and State Street, Blackstone, they want rental only. They buy a bunch of stuff that's rental only. So they're taking houses off the market that people could buy, individuals, and turning them into just rental, like their whole community's just rental. The benefits extend beyond supply. Institutional landlords bring professional management to neighborhoods. Oh, so it'll be all professional. Unlike accidental landlords who may neglect maintenance or lack the funds for repairs, firms like Invitation Homes standardize upkeep and provide 24/7 maintenance services. Studies have found that these firms often purchase and rehabilitate stressed homes. Often? Is it more often than not? You're saying often, so that's more than 20% of the time, but is that more than 50% of the time? After the 2008 financial crisis, institutions bought up foreclosed homes en masse, preventing neighborhoods from falling into vacancy and blight. Yeah, and what happened? Here's the thing: is why did these institutions do that? Why did the institutions that went into foreclosure got paid off by the government, and these people that bought them got paid off by the government to buy them? Why did the government pay for all that stuff instead of just letting the people keep the houses? Then, if the government's going to pay for the houses, why did the companies get to take them instead of the people that got screwed by a mortgage company that charged them predatory rates and all that stuff? Anyone? Fry? I have to say, I have a feeling this is going to be the last hour because we haven't gotten any donations in almost an hour and a half, and 24 minutes left, and we still got $50 to go for another hour, so it's probably going to end at the 5-hour mark. Oh, wait. All right. Okay. What is happening? Uh-huh. Yeah. Professional management. Another underappreciated point is that large landlords may facilitate greater mobility for renters. Oh, yeah, greater mobility. Yeah. Hey, what's up, J-Rock Base Gym? That's right, we're here. It's Rothschild Incorporated. That's correct. The money's in it. That's why. And then we know the houses was created, right? Huh? Yeah, we know. By making single-family rentals available in desirable school districts and suburban communities, they provide opportunities for families who otherwise would be excluded. But the reason they are desirable school districts is because they have a high level of property taxes that cover the schools, and it's a very tight-knit community, and they don't have a bunch of scumbags in there. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I'm not talking about anybody in particular. I'm just saying, like, shitbags that don't take care of their kids and don't raise them right, and then they have shitbag kids running around causing problems. So we live in nice neighborhoods that have expensive property tax rates. Generally speaking, they're going to have kids that are well behaved. Usually, not always, but sometimes, maybe. Roughly 1/3 of renters today live in a single family home, and additional ownership institution opens up options to families who lack the down payment for a purchase. Large firms are also more willing to accept Section 8 vouchers, since their scale allows them to manage the red tape that deters many small landlords. This has the effect of placing low-income renters in better neighborhoods than they could otherwise access, expanding socioeconomic mobility. Yes, like what's his face? Like that guy, Zoran Mandami. Yeah, he's in a Section 8 house. The multimillionaire guy, communist. Economists caution against mistaking correlation for causation in housing costs. Prices have soared because the U.S. is underbuilt for years. Has it? I don't think we've underbuilt. I think we've increased the number of people we've allowed into the country. That's the problem. Our population has ballooned because of immigration. Estimates suggest a shortage of 3.8 to 4.4 million homes. Restrictive zoning, delayed permits, and regulatory barriers have constrained supply even as demand surged. Low interest rates after 2008 supercharged purchasing power, while demographic pressures from millennials reaching home buying ages swelled demand. The pandemic then added fuel by shifting preference towards larger suburban homes. Supply chain disruptions and rising material costs slowed construction even further. Against this backdrop, institutional investors are not the cause of higher prices. Oh no, don't blame the banks. Don't blame the money, man. Don't blame the institutions. blame you. It's your fault. They are, if anything, responding to it by supplying rental stock where it's most needed. If they're not supplying anything, if they're just taking it from one, they're robbing Peter to pay Paul, as they say. The myth of the big three buying all the homes persists in part because it's rhetorically powerful. It allows politicians to point to the culprit rather than reckon with the harder reality that decades of underbuilding and restrictive policies have made homes scarce. It also confuses the roles of BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street with Blackstone. Who they own. BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street owns Blackstone, which has indeed invested in rental homes. Yet even Blackstone's ownership through entities like Tricon Residential amounts to tens of thousands of homes, which is still less than 0.1% of all the single-family homes in America. Oh, since they don't own all the homes, it's not a problem. This is not enough to dictate national prices, which are set by millions of transactions happening in local markets. The Steelman case for institutional landlords is straightforward. They add rental supply, prioritize, professionalize property management, and stabilize neighborhoods. They expand options for families who want suburban living without ownership. They absorb foreclosures and downturns and can add is a stabilizing force in recessions. They cannot dictate rents or prices nationally because their market share is too small. The real culprits behind rising housing costs are supply shortages, policy bottlenecks, and macroeconomic shifts. To suggest otherwise is to misdiagnose the problem and distract from meaningful solutions. If Americans want affordable housing, the answer is more housing. That means loosening zoning restrictions, encouraging new construction, and aligning policy incentives with the need for growth. Scapegoating BlackRock or Vanguard will not build a single new home, but understanding the real dynamics of the market can clear the way for serious reforms. Until then, families will continue to face higher prices, not because Wall Street is hoarding houses, because the nation has failed to build enough of them. Now we let too many people in, is the problem. So here. So I'm gonna do something that I normally do. I'm gonna make a comment on this. Oh wait, no. And my comment is gonna be this. Huh? You could have done a simple Google search to discover that Blackstone is owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Right here. Then. Because we got this. Look at Blackstone has officially acquired Tricon Residential, bringing the amount of single-family homes they've purchased to roughly 53,000. 448. They're expanding to buy 800 houses a month. They say Americans don't necessarily desire to own a home or a car. They says buying homes is good for society. Mm-hmm. Yeah, too big to fail. Say it. Tell them, Jim. I am. I'm going to tell them. I'm going to tell them. Let's see here. We got this guy. Oh, yes.
Your revenue went up last year by 67%. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're expanding. I mean, when you think about it, we have an incredible amount of demand for what we do. So, Leslie, in any given week, we might have 200 or 300 homes available.
For renting.
For renting. and we get about 10,000 leasing inquiries a week.
Tricon is trying to buy 800 houses a month.
I think if you asked a lot of millennials, and that tends to be our primary resident, they would probably tell you that they don't necessarily desire to own a home or to own a car. And they've grown up in the sharing economy, and for what's important to them is lifestyle, right? And so if they can move into this, what we call a turnkey or hotel-ready home, and have a low-maintenance lifestyle, that's very compelling for them.
Wow. That's very compelling for them. This has got to stop. BlackRock is killing the American dream, and they're wrong about ownership. You own nothing and be happy. Blackstone is part of the WEF and overpaid for single-family homes. These investment firms are artificially inflating the market. And this is Grok. Since the end of 2009 recession in the United States, approximately how many single-family homes have been purchased directly or indirectly by large investment firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street? Institutional investors have purchased approximately 575,000 U.S. single-family homes since the end of 2009. Firms like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street do not directly own these homes, but invest indirectly through funds or companies owning about 450,000 to 700,000 properties. This represents about 4 to 5% of the single-family rental market nationwide. So yeah, you see what this says? That person lied and said, like, oh no, it's only a 0.1%. Yeah. And look at this. Oh, look at, private equity giant BlackRock. You ordered a pizza for the chat. I'd love to have pizza. Private equity giants BlackRock and Blackstone have entered the U.S. electric utility market, with BlackRock acquiring a Minnesota utility company for over $6 billion, serving 100,000 people, and Blackstone buying a New Mexico company serving 800,000 people for $11 billion. I wonder if that's going to be good. What do you think? Not only do we have to fight the lunatic left, now we have to start battling these evil private equity firms cornering the utility market. What the F? Well, let's just tell this guy too the same thing. We'll say, based. Okay. Oh, wow. That's a good story here. Northern Virginia has been an absolute mess the past couple of weeks. Scandal after scandal. It's not getting better for Democrats. And this sign, it's only the tip of the iceberg. Let's catch everyone up. Look at this. It says, hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. What a racist cunt. In Arlington, a registered sex offender was allowed to repeatedly stroll into a girl's high school locker room thanks to a radical school policy that lets grown men pick their bathrooms based on gender identity instead of biological reality. Superintendent Francisco Duran claims they did not knowingly admit a sex offender, but the damage is already done. Oh, they didn't knowingly do it. Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears spoke at the Arlington School Board meeting this evening addressing this scandal, which is where the sign came from.
Where you are.
So we're going to listen, and I'm going to turn up the volume. I'm going to pump up the volume, dance,
Where you are sitting, and let me tell you, what is happening in our schools right now is just wrong. It's dangerous, it's insane, and it has to stop. Here's the truth. There are two sexes, boys and girls, and for generations we've understood this, that they deserve their own sports teams, their own locker rooms, their own bathrooms. That's not discrimination, it is common sense. But here in Arlington, the trust between parents and schools is being broken. When girls lose their privacy, when boys are punished for speaking plain truth, when parents are silenced for simply asking questions, that's not education, that's indoctrination. You are one of the 5 Nova school districts who have been found in violation of Title IX. Title IX was written to protect biological girls' spaces and opportunities on the basis of biological sex, not gender identity. And by refusing to reverse your reckless policies, you are failing our daughters and risking losing millions of dollars in funding our children. This is not theoretical. Right here in Arlington, a convicted child sex offender walked into a high school girls' locker room and exposed himself to young girls. That is the reality. That is the danger. And it's about keeping schools focused on reading, writing, and math, not ideology. As governor, I will not stand by while political...
Wow. In Fairfax, school staff are allegedly arranging abortions for minors without parental consent, and to top it off, they may have used public funds to pay for it. My original reporting broke the story back 2 weeks ago. Governor Youngkin is now launching a criminal investigation, and the state police will be taking a serious look at the Fairfax financials.
The next story seems too sickening to be true. Tonight, we're learning that a Northern Virginia high school stands accused of helping students get secret abortions.
Secret abortions.
After a report by the WC Dispatch, the Fairfax County School District is investigating allegations that officials at Centerville High School arranged and bankrolled abortions at Fairfax Healthcare Center back in 2021. Now, both of the students say they were underage at the time. One says she got the abortion at 17. The other told the Dispatch that she was 5 months pregnant and was pleading to keep her baby. But the school social worker, Carolina Diaz, allegedly told her that she had no choice. Well, the girl ended up bolting from the clinic, we're told. Here to discuss is Carrie Lucas, a Virginia president and parent at the Independent Women's Forum. Carrie, while we haven't spoken to these students, they told the WC Dispatch that this was kept hidden from their parents. Now, if that's true, that means that it looks like taxpayer money was going to fund secret abortions for minors without consent from any adult. What can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it really is just outrageous. It's the latest example of just how really out of control some of these schools have gotten and no longer being in their lanes and displacing parents. This is money that is supposed to be going to educate kids. And unfortunately, if these allegations are true, it was doing the absolute opposite and was being used to pay for an abortion, which is just, everybody, I think, recognizes that this is simply outrageous.
Well, Fairfax County Public Schools told the Angle that they have serious questions about the allegations, and at no time would the situation be acceptable in the Fairfax County Public School System. They say there is an external investigator to get the facts out there and will take the appropriate actions as necessary. Well, look, again, these are allegations. They do have to investigate them. We also know that Fairfax County Public Schools and the superintendent, head of the board, a lot of the board members, are incredibly left-wing. They're really problems.
Left-wing.
All I hear from parents that they hate the public schools in Northern Virginia. They're good, some good teachers, some good administrators, but it's run in a left-wing radical fashion. So I guess a lot of people say it wouldn't surprise me. It actually wouldn't surprise a lot of people if true.
Yeah, I think that's certainly true, but I feel like we can look at this a little bit as a cup a half full moment, in that you do have a teacher who came out and is standing with the girls and helping blow the whistle on this. So it does seem like that there's some hope that things might be starting to change. People might be getting more emboldened, and I certainly hope that's the case as we do head back to school, that parents remember, you have a right to know anything that's going on in schools. Demand information. You deserve to know your kid's curriculum and what's going on in schools. Don't let the schools push you aside, because it's their job to keep you informed. And I do think a lot of teachers out there and some good administrators recognize that this has gone too far and are likely to be willing to stand with you.
Well, that is good news if that's the case. Fairfax County Public Schools has a policy, by the way, about counseling pregnant students, and it states that if a student requests counseling services or is considered to be in need of such services, school staff members should refer the student to the public health nurse or Fairfax County Department of Health and avoid influencing the student regarding the pregnancy. So if the allegations are true, they seem to be in direct contravention to the policy as stated.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be so far out of bounds that I think that a lot of even Fairfax County Public Schools is saying that this is wrong if this indeed happened. So I do think that this will be, hopefully we'll see a full airing of what exactly happened in this, and hopefully some accountability, because you're right that Fairfax County has gotten away with a lot, and it's time for things to be changed and not just brushed aside. And the good news is you have the Trump administration that's willing to come in and also help and apply some federal pressure if necessary.
Yep. Yeah, federal involvement may be necessary, and parental rights must be preserved. Carrie, as always, thank you so much.
Preserve the parental rights, definitely.
And coming up,
thank you.
All right. In Loudoun County, 2 of 3 teenage boys faced 10-day suspensions, all because they dared to ask why a girl was in their locker room. Worse, the girl in question identifies as male and shot the video questioning them. The district hit them with sexual harassment and sex-based discrimination. And the third boy, he walks free, apparently spared by the woke machinery. Why? Well, because he's a Muslim. And Harmeet is taking a look, and America First Legal is on the ground in support of the families.
Loudoun County Public Schools determined that 2 16-year-old boys were guilty of sexual harassment and sex-based discrimination under Title IX. Their supposed defense? They simply expressed confusion and discomfort when a female entered the boys' locker room and secretly recorded them. As punishment, both boys have been banned from campus, preventing them from participating in academic and extracurricular activities that are crucial for the first 2 weeks of school. One of them, though no longer even a student in the district, was still targeted to be made an example. The other has been ordered to meet with administrators to develop a behavioral correction plan, which we can only assume will involve required compliance to the school district's gender ideology indoctrination. The Founding Freedoms Law Center, in partnership with America First Legal, is preparing next steps to defend these boys. In fact, we were moments away from filing for immediate injunctive relief in federal court to prevent one of the boys from being suspended for the first 2 weeks of school. But last night, we filed a Title IX appeal with LCPS, which thankfully has put a pause on the suspension for now. If LCPS fails again to do the right thing, we will have no choice but to pursue swift legal action in the coming days. Aside from the obvious free speech violations and the gross misapplication of Title IX, we are also deeply troubled by the discriminatory nature of LCPS's actions, as evidenced by the fact that while a student of the Muslim faith was charged with the same allegations, was rightly acquitted, the two boys of Christian faith were still found guilty and punished.
Can't hear it?
While we are celebrating our success in protecting at least one of our clients from unjust charges, that disparity raises serious concerns. But the bottom line is, by making an example out of these boys and punishing them for simply complaining about a girl in their locker room, LCPS is showing open defiance of the U.S. Department of Education's Title IX compliance demands and a disregard of the boys' constitutional rights. As we explore every legal option, we strongly urge the U.S. Department of Justice to intervene and correct this injustice.
Definitely. Intervene, correct the injustice. 3 massive school scandals in less than a month, all direct results of the radical left policies of the Democrats. But there's one more question. Where exactly is the Democrat candidate for governor, Abigail Spanberger? She has not responded to any of these scandals.
So I think every Virginian and indeed every American needs to ask, where is Abigail? She can't hide from this forever. You don't get to run for the governor's mansion and refuse to answer these questions. Come out of hiding, Abby. The people have questions. Where is Abby? Where in the world is Abigail Spanberger? Yeah, where is she? Loudon families, you guys better. Virginia families should take note. This is what radical Democrats will force on every family if they take control in November. Suspend the boys who question girls being in their bathroom. That's right. That's what they will do. Mm-hmm. And then this one is good too. It says, you won't believe the Democrat organization behind the woman with the racist sign being held up to challenge Lieutenant Governor Winsome Sears, who is black. The sign says, hey, Winsome, if trans can't share your bathroom, then blacks can't share my water fountain. It's a crazy sign. Yeah, look at this. The poster lady affiliation on her shirt video is by Javis. And he whispered to the poster lady, that's getting a lot of play on TV right now. What's that say, this guy? These are all Democrat activists.
Thank you. Okay, apologies for this speaker, please. Thank you. Okay, apologies for this speaker, please. Thank you. Okay, apologies.
That's crazy, isn't it? See her T? It says WOFO in red and yellow. What's WOFO? We of Action Virginia is an indivisible group. Who's indivisible? Well, they know. It's a multi-million-dollar demo machine behind all the anti-Trump, anti-Elon, anti-Tesla protests. Yeah, indivisible. That's right, indivisible. Mm-hmm. Always check public records. We have Action, registered as a non-stock corporation with the Virginia State Corporation Board on 5/12/2025 by John M. Byrne, attorney in Arlington. But their own brag book shows they've been at it since 2017 after the first Trump inauguration as Indivisible Team Arlington chapter. Oh, what do you know? What do you know? Yeah, she secretly records them in the locker room, and it's a massive crime. You can't film, especially without a minor in a locker room. But the people who complained about it, they got in trouble. Yeah. I'm doing the best I can, Jean Davalette, with the volume on the videos. Sometimes it's good, and sometimes it's not. But I do the best I can. Well, yes, the goal ended, and we did not hit the goal. So we will be, we will. So we will be ending, and we will be doing a thing to go. Yes. We have Action Virginia self-proclaims indivisibles. They have marched and the Women's March and all this stuff. So these are the people. These are all these people. Oh, we will persist. Which we ever heard. The gold sign. Hey, Winsome, if the trans can't share your bathroom, then you can't. Yeah, blacks can't share our water fountain. Indivisible sign lady. Our door knockers trying to get Dems elected. There they are. There's the lady that was holding the sign. Look at that. With a little bit of digging and community support, we found the lady with extremely racist sign. Is a door knocker for Spanberger for VA. This must be addressed immediately. I'm wearing this one out. Yeah. Deport white liberal women. Boy, get off my lunch counter. Look at her. Wow. Keep guns out of our schools, not kids out of bathrooms. Oh, yeah. Lapsed and Democrat. Look at that. That's Democrats right there. They try to hold their meetings at Facebook as a church. This group seems to have a problem with black female running for governor. Empowering advocacy strengths and citizen homepage. We have Action. When people tell you who they are, believe them. The Democrats are made of leftover, radical, gender special weirdos. That's right, man. They're all weirdos. Yeah. No problem. Thanks for the show, guys. All right, everybody. I want to thank everybody. If you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I really appreciate it. It really helps. And leave a comment. Give a thumbs up, leave a comment. It helps with the algorithm. Tell a friend to come on by. And come on back, Saturday night, Sunday night, come on back. We do these shows at least 5 nights a week, sometimes more. And I just want to thank you all for being here. Thanks, Mark. Thanks for being Lowwater Mark and Jay Rock and Jean Villette and the rest of you guys, Marjorie. And I want to tell you all thank you for being here. And come on back for Jim and tell you